Hello, I'm Odoo.
Hello, I am an ERP.
Who are these guys?
Oh, these are my fellow ERP friends. I brought them here to help this customer choose the ERP that she needs.
Oh, okay. Hi, guys.
So, what do you want?
I want a software that can easily evolve with my company needs.
Okay, I see. You inflexible ERP, beat it.
I also want to be able to quickly switch from one app to another.
Okay. You slow ERP, go.
Actually, I just want something simple and fast.
Wait, did you say simple and fast?
Yes.
She's all yours, Odoo.
Hi, how are you? I'm Odoo.
Hi, I'm Audrey.
Hey, ERP, what's up? What are you doing with all these phones?
Well, our customers want a fully integrated solution, so I maintain connections with other software. ERP, how may I help you? Oh, hi, Magento Commerce. Okay, I got your order, 10 bicycles for Acme Inc. Oh, wait. The product has been updated recently. Bicycles now have 2 options, red or blue light. Which one do you want? Okay, come back to me with the info, please. ERP, how may I help you? Hi, Salesforce. Oh, you have a new lead, great. Let me create the customer record for you. What's the company name? Acme Inc. But Magento just created another customer with the same name. Okay, let's create a new one and call it Acme Inc. 2. ERP, how may I help you? Point of sale. You sold all the bicycles today. Done, we have an inventory issue now. Magento, it's ERP again. Can you please update your Acme Inc. customer? We have no more bicycles available. Tell him we canceled his order and he should place another one. Oh boy! Integration is so painful. You know, we need a dedicated IT department just for this.
Actually, I don't know.
What do you mean? You don't do integration?
I can do it, but I do all of this myself. CRM, e-commerce, point of sales. Odoo handles everything, and I do not need to connect different software together.
Oh. Hello?
It's really easy to get rid of paper forms, complex spreadsheets, and multiple programs heavily connected together. To run my business seamlessly, Odoo is the perfect solution, all-in-one and easy to use. Odoo helps me to manage my operations, sales, finance, human resources, and much more. All that seamlessly integrated. Only one system for all my company's aspects. In just one click, I install my first app, Odoo Website. I can create a professional website without any technical knowledge. That's so simple. I just drag and drop building blocks. Odoo provides great tools to help me getting started quickly. I create full-featured product pages in just a few clicks. I have an e-commerce that is quickly set up and ready to use. My customers can purchase from anywhere in the world. Once my beautiful website is built, I'd like to acquire new customers. All I have to do is add a contact form on my website. Incoming messages from the website land as leads in Odoo Sales. Look, here I create a quotation based on a predefined template. Easy, right? For my customers too. No need to print, sign, and scan the offer. They just need to sign it online, no matter the device they use. My team and I have a performance dashboard that helps us to be successful salespeople. We can easily manage our leads or any sales activity. Not only is Odoo powerful, but it's also a beautiful business software, providing a great experience that makes every user productive. For instance, it's easy to deliver orders from my stock no matter its size. Just scan the delivery order, locate, and ship. That's how easy it is to run my company with Odoo. In addition, my accounting is fully integrated with Odoo Sales and Inventory. From a single screen, I can easily create an invoice based on the sales order. I usually nurture my existing and potential clients by sending a weekly newsletter. I create a beautiful email just by dragging and dropping building blocks. I don't need to worry about anything else than my design tastes. I can manage all the different aspects of my company. The after-sales service and the help desk are handled from Odoo Project, where any issue is tracked and solved. Thanks to the integration and its simplicity, I don't need to synchronize different software together or import-export data. As my company grows, I can even use Odoo to hire more people and collaborate with them easily from any screen. Running my business has never been so simple. Start now and grow your business with Odoo.
Hello, I am an ERP.
And I'm looking for a new management software.
Oh, great. I can manage all your activities.
Good. Can I see your accounting application?
Yes, absolutely. Here is a presentation of our accounting features.
Good. But I would like to test your application.
Oh, we have a great sales management application. Do you want to see it?
Okay, why not? I need to manage my sales too.
Okay, let me search for it. Here it is. That's a customer success story.
Good. But I would like to evaluate your software. Is it possible?
Yes, we can schedule a meeting with a salesperson. Maybe next week we will give you a demo.
But will I be able to try your software myself?
Oh gosh, a modern buyer.
Hi,
Hi.
I'm Odoo. You can test me for free.
It's easy to spend too much time running your company rather than growing it. Business owners can get bogged down in paperwork, spreadsheets, and getting all the different pieces of software to actually work together. For a more smooth and simple way to run your business, there's Odoo. Odoo's suite of more than 25 open-source business apps is comprehensive, fully integrated, and most importantly, easy to use. Easily create your professional website, manage your relationships with customers, design and launch your own marketing, and take online payments using e-commerce. Behind the scenes, Odoo apps help you with tasks like managing your warehouse, invoicing, and accounting. And that's not all. Odoo has apps for all your business needs, and they all work together seamlessly. Let's take the example of Nick, who has a successful hat store. Nick would like to attract more customers, so he decides to start selling online. With Odoo CMS and e-commerce, Nick's online shop is up and running in a few days. Thanks to Odoo, Nick can easily chat with website visitors, handle payments, and manage deliveries. As orders pour in, Nick recruits more people and extends his product line. Nick decides to manage his customer relations, his stock, his employees, and even accounting through Odoo. Nick can focus on growing his business, not on connecting various systems together. So in little to no time, you'll be up and running with Odoo. It's that easy to use. Seize the chance to simplify. Join more than 2 million users from companies of all sizes growing their business with Odoo. The largest organization using Odoo has 300,000 users, and the smallest, just one. See for yourself on odoo.com.
Hello, I'm Odoo.
Hello, I am an ERP.
And I'm looking to buy a project management application.
Great. I can take care of this. How many users will you have?
Around 20.
Good. I can do it for $20,000 for the first year, and the implementation should take around 3 months.
What about you?
It's done.
What do you mean?
I just started an account. You can use it.
Wow. And how much will it cost me?
The first app is for free. It's all yours.
But I need 20 users.
I know, these are free too. Your first app is free for unlimited users with Odoo. Enjoy!
One app free? Seriously?
Yes. Sorry, man.
Hi, I am an ERP.
And I'm looking to buy a great management software.
Oh, then you came to the right place. I can manage all your activities in a single software.
Oh, great. And how much does it cost?
It is just $1,500 per user and per year.
I also need to manage my sales, inventory, accounting, and manufacturing.
No problem, I can do all of that.
My accountant needs assets.
Okay, that's $10,000 more.
He also needs multi-currencies.
You have to add an extra $5,000 for that.
And we have 5 companies to consolidate.
Oh, that's another $25,000 on top of it.
What about manufacturing? Do you have maintenance feature?
Yes, absolutely. But it is another $20,000.
And above all, I need something that works without a ton of headaches. Something simple and fast.
Did you say simple and no headache?
Yes.
Oh, gosh.
Hi, I'm Odoo. It's $25 per user per month. No extra. All features included.
To show this information. Should I need more, like the customer's build, I drill down from the other axis. Now, I have the total sales activity per salesperson and customer. That's great. I can explore any data in depth. I'm satisfied with this report. I save it as a favorite and tick this checkbox. As a result, every time I will browse to Odoo Sales Reports, it will appear by default. My report is 100% compatible with Excel. I can export it at any time for further analysis. In my Odoo Sales Reports, I have multiple views. Each of them displays the data in a different and meaningful way. I use the advanced search view to group my sales per customer or per product. I change the metrics to the quantity invoiced. And I save this report in my dashboard. Therefore, I have a quick access to all my reports from any app, no matter the device I use. Use Odoo Report to get great analytics and take informed decisions.
Hello, I'm Odoo.
And I am an ERP.
Hey, ERP, are you sick? I hope it's nothing serious.
Oh no, he's just Tim, the IT guy. He's in charge of my bug fixes, updates and maintenance operations. You know, all the technical stuff required to run an ERP system.
No, actually, I don't know.
What? You don't have any regular maintenance operation? Or do you update each user station when there is an update?
You know, I run on the cloud and there's nothing to install for the users. It just works in the browser and updates are employed automatically to everyone.
Say, oh!
Odoo Sign helps me to create, send, and receive online documents in just a few clicks. It's paperless and fast, for my customers too. For any document, no need to print, sign, and scan. Odoo Sign does the job in less than a minute. Here is a sales contract. I will send it to new customers. I can easily add fields to my PDF documents with a simple drag and drop. I add an initial field on all pages. Then I go at the bottom of the page to add fields such as date and name. And I specify which person is supposed to fill each field of the document too. Once that is finished, I send the document to multiple people. They will fill their dedicated fields and sign the document in minutes. That's so easy. Each party will have the same document to sign online. I see the progress and get it back once everyone has signed. It's 100% secure. That's it. With Odoo Sign, my customers and I got rid of the painful and manual processes. Instead, we get an awesome electronic signature experience. Odoo Sign can be used for HR or any other administrative matters, making it so easy and efficient. Stop doing manual printing and scanning. Move to electronic signature. Awesome Timesheet is a mobile app that helps me to instantly record any time spent on projects in just a click. It's so effortless. Regardless of the device, the Timesheet app is just one click away. Look at the Chrome plugin. No need to sign in, just click and start. It's smooth. It works offline too and is automatically synchronized with my Odoo account. Plus, I get individual statistics via the mobile and Chrome plugin. I can go further in the analysis in my Odoo account. I receive reports of timesheets per user, drill down per project, and much more. Awesome Timesheet is fully integrated with Odoo Invoicing. The customer billing is done automatically, but also with Odoo Projects. It's time-saving. Download Awesome Timesheet now and gain in productivity.
Hi, my name is Nicholas. I'm a business manager in the textile industry. The key to do the job is to be productive and organized. That's where Odoo comes in. Thanks to a well-structured organization, you'll change a good team into an exceptional team. With Odoo CRM, the job is much easier for me and my entire team. When I log in to Odoo CRM, I have a direct overview of my ongoing performance. but also the activity of the next 7 days and the performance of the last month. I see that I overachieved last month when compared to my invoicing target of $200,000. I have a structured approach to my performance. If I want to have a deeper look into the details, I click on Next Actions, and I can see that today I have planned a call with Think Big Systems. Once I have done my daily review, I usually go to my pipeline. The process is the same for everyone in the team. Our job is to find resellers, and before closing any deal, we have to go through different stages. We usually have a first contact to qualify the opportunity, move into the offer and negotiation stage, then close with a 1. Well, that's if all goes well. The user interface is really smooth. I can drag and drop any business opportunity from one stage to another in just a few clicks. Now I'd like to go further with an interesting contact, a department store. I highlighted their file by changing the color. For each contact, I have a form view where I have access to all necessary information about the contact. I see here my opportunity Macy's has an estimated revenue of $50,000 and a success rate of 10%. I need to discuss this partnership, so I will schedule a meeting straight from the contact form, Macy's Partnership Meeting. It's super easy to create a new meeting with any contact. I can also send an email straight from the opportunity form, and the answer from the prospect will simply pop up in the system too. Now, let's assume that the meeting took place, therefore I can mark it as done. And the system automatically suggests a next activity. Browsing from one screen to the other is really simple, and adapting to the view too. I can see my opportunities as a to-do list of next activities, for example. With Odoo CRM, I have a sales management tool that is really efficient, and my team and I can be well organized. I have a clear overview of my sales pipeline, meetings, revenues, and more. I go back to my pipeline. Macy's was qualified successfully, which means I can move their file to the next step, and I will adapt the expected revenue as discussed. Once I have performed the qualification process, I will create a new quotation based on the feedback I received from my contact. For my existing customers, I can also quickly discover the activity around them for any Odoo module I use, and continue to discuss them. It's that simple. If I go into reports in Odoo CRM, it's possible for me to know the exact evolution of the leads over the past months, or have a look at the potential revenues and the performance of the different teams in terms of conversions from leads to opportunities, for instance. So, with Odoo, I can have a clear report of every activity based on predefined metrics or favorites. Odoo CRM is not only a powerful tool to achieve our sales goals with structured activities, performance dashboard, next activities, and more, but it also allows me to manage phone calls from Odoo CRM by using the VoIP app. Integrate with Odoo Sales to create beautiful online or PDF quotations and turn them into sales orders. Use email marketing for marketing campaigns to my customers and prospects. Manage my business seamlessly, even on the go. Indeed, Odoo offers a mobile app that lets every business organize key sales activities from leads to quotes. Odoo CRM is a powerful yet easy-to-use app. First, I used the Sales Planner to clearly state my objectives and set up our CRM. It will help you get started quickly too.
As a sales manager, closing opportunities with Odoo Sales is really simple. I selected a predefined quotation for a new product line offer. The products, the service details are already in the quotation. Of course, I can adapt the offer to fit my client's needs. The interface is really smooth. I can add references, some catchy phrases such as closing triggers. For example, save $500 if you sign the quote within 15 days. I have a beautiful and modern design. This will help me close my opportunities more easily. Plus, reviewing the offer from a mobile phone is easy. Really easy. The customer got a clear quotation with a table of content. We can communicate easily. I identified an upselling opportunity. So I adapt the offer by adding more products. When the offer is ready, the customer just needs to sign it online in just a few clicks. Odoo Sales is integrated with major shipping services such as UPS, FedEx, USPS, and more. That's it. I successfully sold my products in just a few clicks thanks to Odoo Sales. Oh, I also have the transaction and communication history at my fingertips. It's easy for every stakeholder to clearly know the past interaction. Anytime, I can get an in-depth report of my sales activity, revenue by salespeople or department, revenue by category of product, drilled down to specific products by quarter or month. I like this report. I can add it to my dashboard in just a click. Odoo Sales is a powerful yet easy-to-use app. At first, I used the Sales Planner. Thanks to it, I got tips and tricks to boost my sales performance. Try Odoo Sales now and get beautiful quotations, amazing dashboards, and increase your success rate. As a project manager, I have a varied job involving multiple stakeholders. To manage every task seamlessly, Odoo Projects is of great help. With Odoo Projects, our project team members can easily plan and execute the launching of a new product line in Canada. I organize this project by creating different stages. It allows us to clearly identify the status of any task at any time and for any user. It is convenient for any other project manager too. These well-structured project stages are fully customizable. Here, I identify one missing stage. I can easily add it in just a click. Once a task is done, each colleague can highlight it by changing its status. That will help the project manager to review the task before changing the stage with a simple drag and drop. Easy, right? We can also organize the different tasks by adapting the view. Here, I select the list view, which shows other information such as the working time progress. If I click on my task, I land on the form view where I can edit the planned hours and enter my timesheets. This is a great tool for any project manager. Controlling the working time progress and the time spent for each team member is essential. I set the time for the sales team training to 24 hours. Today, I prepared the material, so I will log 4 hours in the timesheet. The working time progress updates automatically. Thanks to this timesheet integration, the project manager has a thorough follow-up on the progress of each task. Another great feature in Odoo Projects is the forecast tool. When it is activated, I can plan resources per project and the workload. Therefore, the time allocation for other projects is much easier. For this project, I have to train members of the sales team. It will require 50% of my time until the end of the week. As project manager, I can do this resource allocation for any user and adapt it according to their other projects. This will prevent any form of time overlap. I can reassign a task or adapt the deadline. Odoo Projects is the perfect app for strategic and executive planning. Plus, every aspect of any project can be analyzed thanks to the reports. For example, we can have a report of effective hours spent in comparison with the planned hours. I can assess the profitability of any project, any task, or any team member. I can also look at the number of hours assigned to each team member. Another element of an excellent project management is communication. This is a key factor for the success of any project. While dealing with multiple stakeholders, being able to share documents directly in the task is very helpful. With Odoo Projects, I can discuss through the chat feature that is always one click away. I can also start a new conversation with anyone in my team. In addition to being a powerful app for managing projects seamlessly, Odoo Projects is also an effective customer service or after-sales app. With it, I can follow any customer issue, even create a dedicated support project. Odoo Projects is a powerful yet easy-to-use app. At first, I used the planner to clearly state my objectives and set up the project app. Get this app. It will help you get started quickly too. Start your free trial now and better manage your projects with Odoo. It's easy to create beautiful and professional websites with Odoo. First, I select a theme from the Odoo theme store. Then, with a simple drag and drop, I create a stunning website. And all of that without the hassle of a traditional website builder. It's incredibly smooth. Plus, my website visitors have a seamless web experience, no matter the device they use. Above all, I have great marketing tools. I'm impressed at how easy it is to attract web visitors. My website has a better ranking on search engines thanks to the Search Engine Optimization tool. I have a modern e-commerce website for my company with full-featured product pages and smart call to actions to help me increase my revenues online. I use Odoo upselling features to suggest more expensive alternatives of a product, but also cross-selling features to suggest accessories or options for any product sold. Thanks to Odoo, I create a successful online store in minutes, with an inline experience for my web visitors, making it easy for them to purchase online from anywhere. Really, anywhere. My Odoo e-commerce website is fully integrated with shipping services. Any new order creates a delivery order automatically. Plus, I can sell my products on Amazon and eBay too. That's amazing! Straight from my Odoo account, I can publish on these popular e-commerce platforms. Odoo website and e-commerce are great and fully integrated apps. Start creating an awesome website now.
Hello, I'm Odoo.
Hello, I am an ERP.
What are these guys?
Oh, these are my fellow ERP friends. I brought them here to help this customer choose the ERP that she needs.
Oh, okay. Hi, guys.
So, what do you want?
I want a software that can easily evolve with my company needs.
Okay, I see. You inflexible ERP, beat it.
I also want to be able to quickly switch from one app to another.
Okay. You slow ERP, go.
Actually, I just want something simple and fast.
Wait, did you say simple and fast?
Yes.
She's all yours, Odoo.
Hi, how are you? I'm Odoo.
Hi, I'm Audrey.
Hey, ERP, what's up? What are you doing with all these phones?
Well, our customers want a fully integrated solution, so I maintain connections with other software. ERP, how may I help you? Oh, hi, Magento Commerce. Okay, I got your order, 10 bicycles for Acme Inc. Oh, wait. The product has been updated recently. Bicycles now have two options, red or blue light. Which one do you want? Okay, come back to me with the info, please. ERP, how may I help you? Hi, Salesforce. Oh, you have a new lead, great. Let me create the customer record for you. What's the company name? Acme Inc.? But Magento just created another customer with the same name. Okay, let's create a new one and call it Acme Inc. 2. ERP, how may I help you? Point of sale. You sold all the bicycles today. Damn, we have an inventory issue now. Magento, it's ERP again. Can you please update your Acme Inc. customer? We have no more bicycles available. Tell him we canceled his order and he should place another one. Oh boy! Integration is so painful. You know, we need a dedicated IT department just for this.
Actually, I don't know.
What do you mean? You don't do integration?
I can do it, but I do all of this myself. CRM, e-commerce, point of sales. Odoo handles everything, and I do not need to connect different software together.
Oh. Hello?
It's really easy to get rid of paper forms, complex spreadsheets, and multiple programs heavily connected together. To run my business seamlessly, Odoo is the perfect solution, all in one and easy to use. Odoo helps me to manage my operations, sales, finance, human resources, and much more. All that seamlessly integrated. Only one system for all my company's aspects. In just one click, I install my first app, Odoo Website. I can create a professional website without any technical knowledge. That's so simple. I just drag and drop building blocks. Odoo provides great tools to help me getting started quickly. I create full-featured product pages in just a few clicks. I have an e-commerce that is quickly set up and ready to use. My customers can purchase from anywhere in the world. Once my beautiful website is built, I'd like to acquire new customers. All I have to do is add a contact form on my website. Incoming messages from the website land as leads in Odoo Sales. Look, here I create a quotation based on a predefined template. Easy, right? For my customers too. No need to print, sign, and scan the offer. They just need to sign it online, no matter the device they use. My team and I have a performance dashboard that helps us to be successful salespeople. We can easily manage our leads or any sales activity. Not only is Odoo powerful, but it's also a beautiful business software, providing a great experience that makes every user productive. For instance, it's easy to deliver orders from my stock no matter its size. Just scan the delivery order, locate, and ship. That's how easy it is.
Hi everyone, and welcome for this third day of Odoo Experience. Happy to see that you are still alive after these 2 intensive days and night events we had. So this morning we have 2 testimonials, one from a nanotechnology company and another one for an insurance or expertise company. I will start to call Laura Piraux on the stage for the first testimonial.
Good morning, everyone. So I'm happy to see you. I see that there are many people here. I was not expecting so many after these 2 days, but that's great. So this talk will be about Cytosurge, a company active in the nanotechnology industry. And we will see how Odoo helped them to face their main challenges regarding the inventory management, the manufacturing, but also the online presence. So I will first start by giving you the context, explaining you what is CytoSurge and why they needed Odoo. Then I will explain how we solved this need with a live demonstration, and I will end up with a conclusion of the benefits of using Odoo for CytoSurge. So what is CytoSurge and why they needed Odoo? So CytoSurge is a Swiss company of 15 employees, and they are active in the nanotechnology industry. They are developing and distributing some of their products based on a patent they have on a nanopipette technology. So these products are used in the fields of life sciences and semiconductor industry. So this is their website, but we will have the occasion to see it more in details during the live demonstration. So when CytoSurge contacted Odoo, the company was growing, and one of the first needs was a need of integration. They were managing their sales in one software, they were managing the stock and the traceability on Excel, they were using again another software for purchasing the goods, so this was more and more complex since the company was growing. Then their other need is the product tracking. Indeed, since they are in the nanotechnology industry, they are working with very little components, and they need to know exactly where it is stored in the stock. They also need traceability by lot and by serial number. They are also controlling the quality of all the products they received before using them to manufacture their own products. So this was another important need they wanted to achieve using Odoo. And the last one was to have a modern website with an e-commerce and a customer portal where the customer could find all his quotation, sales order, invoices, and so on. So how does CytoSurge use Odoo now? So first, regarding the need of integration, as you can see, they are using many of the Odoo applications. Now they are using the Odoo CRM, the sales, the purchase application. They are managing all their stock in Odoo, as well as the manufacturing. The accounting is also on Odoo, and they are managing also several HR needs with Odoo. So for example, all the employees are recording the expenses and the leaves directly in the system. And of course, they have their website on Odoo. Now let's have a look at the manufacturing process. So here I created one manufacturing order with a product just for this occasion, so the Odoo Experience final product. First, there are two interesting things on this manufacturing order. The routing, picking before manufacturing, this allows me to create one picking for the people working in the warehouse, so they know exactly what they have to take out of the warehouse to then prepare it for the people who work in the manufacturing side of the company. So we will see how it looks like in the inventory. What is also interesting is the raw material and finished products location. Here, we are not taking the product directly from the normal stock location, but we are taking only products that have been through a quality control. So by using correctly the different locations, we are really sure that we only use products that have been through this quality control. If I'm going in my inventory, it's quite easy to use for the different people working in the warehouse. Here you see I have almost 1,500 different locations. Again, this is because they have really small products and they need to know exactly where it is in their stock. What is also interesting for the people working in the warehouse is that we have really different picking types that allows them to know exactly what they have to do. And since they are regrouped per type of operation, it's easier to manage. So the first picking type is the picking before manufacturing. This has been generated thanks to my manufacturing order number 256, so the one that I've just created. So this allows me to take my product from the tested and final product zone, so products that have been tested and that have been through the quality control, and use them for my manufacturing. Since I'm working with lot number, I will have to specify here the lot number of my product. Odoo is directly suggesting me the correct lot number, so I just have to verify that the product I'm taking is well the correct one. Doing it for the second component. And I can validate my picking before manufacturing. So this really represents the fact that the employee who is in the warehouse is taking the product and preparing it for the people working at the manufacturing. Going back on my manufacturing order, no, it's in the status ready to produce, since I have selected the component and I brought them to the manufacturing zone. And I can click on produce, and here I can create my new serial number for the final product. The last step that was also important for CytoSearch was then to have an additional step to store the final product at an exact place in the stock. And again, this movement is created automatically here. Again, I can see that the source document that generated this move was, well, the manufacturing order 256. I have to make sure that I'm well transferring the correct product. And now I can validate it. So thanks to these additional moves, they have a more precise control of their inventory, and it's easier for the people working at the manufacturing to connect with the people working in the warehouse and selecting the correct products. Another need for CytoSearch was quality control. For some of the chips that they received, they have a quality control that is in 2 steps. So we have been able to do this in standard, so on an online database, just using some advanced configuration of the routes. So here I have a purchase order for the product Odoo Experience chip that has to go through a 2-step quality control. I will confirm this order, and I will receive my product. Again, this works with some lot number, so I have to give it a number. And each lot is composed of 880 little chips. So I validate this move. And this is sent to my input location. Again, they are receiving many products and they don't have the time to directly store it in the correct location in the stock. So they first receive it in the input location and then they store it in the location they want. Now in my inventory, you can see that I have an internal transfer. And this is to send my product to input to a zone where I know that products have not been through the quality control yet. So for example, products that are stored there cannot be used for the manufacturing. Again, I'm making sure that I'm well transferring the correct product. And I'm validating this move. Back in my inventory, I have also 2 steps quality control. And here, the first step is to transfer my product from the zone where they cannot be used for the manufacturing to the test 1 zone. So thanks to the use of the location, we know exactly where the products are and at which step of the quality control they are. So in this case, I will transfer all my products to the test 1 zone. The next step is to transfer them to the test 2 zone, but before sending them to the test 2 zone, I will do this first quality control. Now, let's say that during this first quality control, I notice that I have some products that do not respect the quality standard. I can scrap the products. So for example, here I have 100 products that are not correct, so I can scrap these ones. And now I will just transfer 780 products, the one I still have. I validate the move, and I don't create a back order, because for this product, I will just put them in a bin. I won't receive them back from my suppliers. The last step is, of course, to do the second quality control. I reserve my product. Now Odoo is noticing that I only have 780 products that I can transfer. I give them the correct lot number. And I can transfer them in my tested and final product location. What I can also do, of course, is to send them in a more precise location. So for example, you see I have different levels in my warehouse, and here I will send it to a very specific place. And I validate this move without any back order. So thanks to this process, it's easy to manage for the people who have to do the quality control. They just have to look at the transfer they have here in this picking operation. And when they are checking the inventory, they know how many products are in the test 1 zone, in the test 2 zone, how many products have been testing and can be used for the manufacturing. An additional need from Cytosearch was to have a modern website. Before using Odoo, they still had a bit old-fashioned website, and they were not having so many visitors. So now they have customized by themselves their website on the SaaS. And you can see that the result is quite great. It's really respecting the colors of Cytosearch. They present their technology, they present their product. So here is some information about the technology that they are developing and for which they have a patent. There are also, the website is also integrated for the recruitment, so all the job offers are directly proposed here on the website, and it's integrated with the HR recruitment application. They use the blog from Odoo to insert some news. They also have the contact us form that, again, when a customer is entering some information here, it directly creates a lead in the system. And one thing that the customer from Cytosearch really like with the new website is the portal. So now the customer can find back all the quotations they have received from Cytosearch, all the orders, and also all their invoices and payments. So what are the benefits of using Odoo for Cytosearch? Well, first, they have a fully integrated system. When before using Odoo, they had one application, one software per application. Now everything is in Odoo. They have a complete traceability of their production, but also of their quality control process. A modern website with 3 times more visitors than they had before, and an increased customer satisfaction thanks to this better traceability, but also thanks to the new customer portal. Now the next step for Cytosearch is to put in production the e-commerce that is almost ready. And we are in the process of continuous improvement of their Odoo database. So they are all the time installing new application. For example, the new help desk from the version 10 will probably be implemented on this database. So this is evolving all the time. So I will just finish with one quote from Pascal Bear, who is the Cytosearch CEO. We do get a lot of envious customers and suppliers. They all fall in love with our ERP as they see it in action. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you, Laura. That was great. Maybe I just have a question for you. How long does it take to deploy such a customer in production? So, as you are working in the Quick Start team, you probably have a lot of customers like that you deploy, and I know you have. So, how long does it take to put such a customer in production? First phase, because we deploy in several phases, and after?
So, usually to put a customer in production, we think that we estimate it to 2 weeks per application. So here for the CRM, which was the first phase, after 1 month, the customer was already in production. Then we took more time to put the inventory into place, since it was a bit more complex, as you can see, with all this traceability. But we started it phase by phase, so after 1 month, he was already able to start using Odoo, and then we are putting more and more application in production with the time.
And how long for the whole duration of the project, with the inventory, manufacturing, accounting, and everything?
So with the inventory and the manufacturing, 5 or 6 months. Okay. And we are still continuing with the new applications.
And just to give us an idea on the time it takes, or how much does it cost to the customer? I'm not talking about cost, but the time you spent for this customer. How long did it take to put them in production? How many hours did you have to work?
So for the production phase, it was 100 hours with the inventory and the manufacturing application. And with the additional things, I think I have one discussion with the customer every week. So we are making a lot of progress. We take 1 hour every week to discuss all the new things he would like to implement in Odoo. So now I think we will reach the 500 hours, but with everything related to the HR also implemented, the project, and so on.
Okay. Good, thank you. So for our next business case, I'd like you to applaud someone that is working for Allianz. He's the director of the Customer Care Center, Jean-Christophe Paquet.
Thank you. Thank you. Good morning, everyone. So as Fabien said, I'm manager at Allianz, manager of the Customer Care Center. But I'm here for a presentation of Odoo in another company at BD Exp. Actually, I was, until last year, managing director of BD Exp, which is a branch of Allianz. So what I will present today is first, what is BD Exp? What is our core business? After that, I will present the challenges we faced last years. And I will present a demo of how we use Odoo in our company and how through Odoo we face the challenges of our market. So first presentation of BD Exp. What is BD Exp? So we are property loss adjusters. It means that we evaluate damages after fire, after flood, and we are there to evaluate the damages at house, buildings. So we do that for insurance companies. So our customers are insurance companies. The main company is Allianz, as we are the branch of Allianz, but we work also for AXA, Baloise. So we work on the Belgian markets. Some figures, so you can compare with activities of other company you can compare to your business. We realize 5,000 expertise a year. We work with 20 loss adjusters, and we are organized in two units: the unit of the loss adjusters, who are on the field, and the administrative unit with 7 employees. So again, to compare to eventually your business, the revenue of our company last year was 1.6 million euro. Okay, so what were the main challenges last year? What we observed on the market of the loss adjusters, it was first business acceleration. I mean, the SLA, the expectation of our customer was shorter and shorter. They expected reports, anything, confirmation of appointment, everything on a very short delay. Secondly, if you want to hire people, to get best people, you need to propose a new way of working. It's not coming at the office and staying after on your desk. The people are expecting more of an employer at the moment. Third point, reporting. We need to track the activity live. So I need to have a view on my activity. Now, if I want, I need to connect and to see, okay, how many missions do we have? Where are we? How many people are on site? And so on. Also, we need, it's a market with high concurrence. So we need to keep our costs or to reduce our costs through abandon of paper, gain on space, so all those kind of savings. Also, agility. We are on the market on continuous evolution, and also we need to provide new services regularly. So we need to evaluate and to have solutions which are agile enough. And the last point, it's the customers, the channels of communication with the customers. We need to develop different kind of communication channels. It's not only through paper or through emails, but also now with apps and so on. So you need to have a solution will help you to face all those challenges. And the idea was to do that with Odoo. So before I do my demo, I will show you what's our core process. So as I say, we are there to evaluate damages for customers. So they face fire, flood, and so they will open a claim at their broker or at the insurance company. The insurance company will appoint an expert, for example, BDX. So we receive the mission. As you can see, some boxes are in red. These are the touch point with the customer and attention point for us. We need to respect some SLAs at this step of the process. So we create a dossier. Then we fix the meeting with the parties. And then the loss adjuster will evaluate the damages, write his report, send the report to the office. Then we will facturate the prestation and we'll send the final report to the insurance company. And after that, they will pay us. And so the mission is finished, is closed. So what are our main SLAs? If it works. First, we need to confirm we take a mission within the 6 hours. So 85% need to be confirmed within the 6 hours. We need to have contact with the customer, with the broker or the end customer within the 24 hours. Just for information, 5 years ago, 5 days was enough. No, it's 1 day. Reports, 85% within the 5 days. And on this side, we see that the pressure is more and more. The companies expect sometimes now in the day. So just after the expertise, we need to send some information. And for the total mission, we need to finish within the month. So how do we use that? And how can we meet those SLA? Just let me see if it works. I try. Okay, my idea was to do a demo live with a...
Yeah, we probably have an internet connection issue. You know, the internet with so many people is not super reliable.
Okay, but...
you have slide.
I have slide with... so here it's my first screen. When I connect to the system, it's my mailbox, actually. Then I can choose the program Gestion de sinistre, call that. So it's claims management. Here you have an overview of all our customers. So as I say, we work for AXA, Baloise, Allianz. And then I use the Kanban view. And here you have the different steps of a mission. Every box here is a mission. When we receive a mission of a company, we just forward the email in the system. So every company has its own reference or its own address, and we send it in the system. It creates automatically a new mission, and after that we can introduce all the data and automatically send a message to the company, okay, we accept the mission, or if needed, we refuse, but we try to do everything. So if I select one mission, here. So there are different fields which are helpful to make research, to find, we have constant telephones, constant communication with broker, with customer. We need to find the mission immediately, so we can find on references, but also on address, on various fields. But the most important is when we create a mission. I come back here. We can use a sort of workflow. So I can transfer, show it here. You see, I can transfer a mission and change its status just by using my mouse. I can transfer it like this. And also what's important, I can use agendas. That's very important in my business. So once you fix an appointment, you say, okay, appointment will be on 1st November, for example. After that, the mission will be waiting meeting. We don't do anything. We don't need a view on this mission. But automatically, at the date of the mission, of the meeting, the mission here, the box will appear in rapport à envoyer. So there is automatic movement, and so we can see exactly where is the mission, what's its status. Everything is automated. And for my colleagues, what they need to know, it's the column here, rendezvous à fixer, meeting to fix. Actually, that's the list of the tasks they need to do a day. So it's an overview of all what they have to do this day. For them, it's very important. They know they have to do something in this mission. So it's clear, it's an overview for every colleague, can select his own view and see all those whole mission where he has to do something. So it's, sorry for the demonstration, it could be better live, but so you have a view how we use that. I would like to explain how we face the challenges. I spoke about different challenges. Business acceleration, SLA shorter. Now we can do, before we were working with stacks of papers. It was the missions were on the desk of my colleagues. It was impossible to know what's important, what's not important. Now with this view, with the Kanban view, we have a perfect idea where are the most important action to take every day. It helps us to react, to be proactive. It helps us to say, okay, now we need to do something. This mission is at the agenda. We know we need to do something in the dossier. So at that time, you can be proactive, contact people before they try to contact you, before they become upset by delay and other problems. Other very important point, HR new way of working. Thanks to Odoo, it's a cloud solution, so it's online. So I can work at the office, at home, everywhere in the world. Actually, my office, it's now my computer. I can access all the programs from everywhere. So it's a revolution for all my colleagues. It's very important in the balance between private and for the private life. Reporting, tracking activity live. So with Odoo, I have a view. I can use reports. I can use everything to have a view. What's the current situation of my company? So it's possible to react immediately. So not like before, we see the problem when customer contact us. Here we can act before they contact us. Cost reduction, paperless space. So we have no more paper. Our office are in another place, smaller one, so cost reduction. Second point, agility, continuous evolution. Problem with our previous solution, it was after 2-3 years, we developed something and it was out of date. Now, with Odoo, we don't customize Odoo, not a lot. And so we can get every evolution of the tool. Very important. So we can get all evolution of the tool and we stay in the market. And for the customers, now on that side it could be better, but we are working on a platform of communication with the loss adjusters, with the broker. Everybody can connect to our website and have a view on the status of his mission. Other plus points, I have my list. Yeah, through Odoo we can select tools. So at the moment we use only one. It's a project management tool, but we can also use the accounting tool. So at the moment we are not we are hesitating. Will we use more or not more? But the opportunities are there. So Odoo offers many opportunities, and we can integrate all our activities in the tool. It's a possibility. Now, it's always a balance between how long will it take. It's not a question of cost, but it's more a question, okay, how can we transform our current way of working? Also, concrete results. So now we work with Odoo since 2 years, a little bit more than 2 years. As I spoke about the SLA, I can show you what are now the results after implementation. So you have here, for example, opening of mission and confirmation of using, confirmation of the mission will do it or not. Before using Odoo, 20% of the mission were confirmed within the 24 hours. Here it was after 1 year, it was more than 80%. Actually, today we are at 100%. 100% of the missions are confirmed within the 6 hours. Clôture des dossiers, so closing of missions. Initially, it was also the same problem. 20% of the missions were closed within the month. Now, at that time, we reached 80%. And it's really due to the use of Odoo. It helped me also to monitor my resources. Is there a peak of activity? I need more people to help, more loss adjusters, more people at the office. I can monitor my activity, and so I'm more flexible, and it helped me for the control of my cost. Reduction of my furnitures. Actually, as I said, we started in 2014, and before using Odoo, we faced losses, and at the moment we're with benefits. So And the main part is due to the use of Odoo. Also, if I have to discuss with customers, I can present live situation, so I know exactly what happens, what's my activity, what's the situation of my activity. I can react at every question. I can see immediately what's the situation, and it impresses the customer. If you can be so reactive, it's very impressive. And the last point, it's also with my colleague, it's a way to manage people by performance. Voilà, so it's a presentation of the advantage of using Odoo, of the online solution. So for us, it was a clear revolution. It offers clear benefits, and we are still thinking to develop more and more our activity through using this tool. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you, Jean-Christophe. I just have one question for you, probably the same than Laura. Do you know how much it costed you to implement Odoo in your company?
It was really cheap, actually. It was 5,000 euros. Only 5,000 euros.
So it was 2 years ago, so today it would be the equivalent of a 100-hour success pack for the Odoo Online service. Thank you.
Well, thank you.
So we'll continue the conferences. You will have 4 conferences right now, and one here, which is how we train the manager, especially the middle manager at Odoo in our company, that I will do now, but you also have the other conferences in the other rooms. Thank you.
Hello, I'm Odoo.
Hello, I am an ERP.
Who are these guys?
Oh, these are my fellow ERP friends. I brought them here to help this customer choose the ERP that she needs.
Oh, okay. Hi, guys.
Hi. So, what do you want?
I want a software that can easily evolve with my company needs.
Okay, I see. You, inflexible ERP, beat it.
I also want to be able to quickly switch from one app to another.
Okay. You, slow ERP, go.
Actually, I just want something simple and fast.
Wait, did you say simple and fast?
Yes.
She's all yours, Odoo.
Hi, how are you? I'm Odoo.
Hi, I'm Audrey.
Hey, ERP, what's up? What are you doing with all these phones?
Well, our customers want a fully integrated solution, so I maintain connections with other software. ERP, how may I help you? Oh, hi, Magento Commerce. Okay, I got your order, 10 bicycles for Acme Inc. Oh, wait, the product has been updated recently. Bicycles now have 2 options, red or blue light. Which one do you want? Okay, come back to me with the info, please. ERP, how may I help you? Hi, Salesforce. Oh, you have a new lead, great. Let me create the customer record for you. What's the company name? Acme Inc. But Magento just created another customer with the same name. Okay, let's create a new one and call it Acme Inc. 2. ERP, how may I help you? Point of sale. You sold all the bicycles today. Damn, we have an inventory issue now. Magento, it's ERP again. Can you please update your Acme Inc. customer? We have no more bicycles available. Tell him we cancel his order and he should place another one. Oh boy! Integration is so painful. You know, we need a dedicated IT department just for this.
Actually, I don't know.
What do you mean? You don't do integration?
I can do it, but I do all of this myself. CRM, e-commerce, point of sales. Odoo handles everything, and I do not need to connect different software together.
Oh. Hello?
It's really easy to get rid of paper forms, complex spreadsheets, and multiple programs heavily connected together. To run my business seamlessly, Odoo is the perfect solution, all in one and easy to use. Odoo helps me to manage my operations, sales, finance, human resources, and much more. All that seamlessly integrated. Only one system for all my company's aspects. In just one click, I install my first app, Odoo Website. I can create a professional website without any technical knowledge. That's so simple. I just drag and drop building blocks. Odoo provides great tools to help me getting started quickly. I create full-featured product pages in just a few clicks. I have an e-commerce that is quickly set up and ready to use. My customers can purchase from anywhere in the world. Once my beautiful website is built, I'd like to acquire new customers. All I have to do is add a contact form on my website. Incoming messages from the website land as leads in Odoo Sales. Look, here I create a quotation based on a predefined template. Easy, right? For my customers too. No need to print, sign, and scan the offer. They just need to sign it online, no matter the device they use. My team and I have a performance dashboard that helps us to be successful salespeople. We can easily manage our leads or any sales activity. Not only is Odoo powerful, but it's also a beautiful business software, providing a great experience that makes every user productive. For instance, it's easy to deliver orders from my stock no matter its size. Just scan the delivery order.
Today I'm going to do a presentation about our company and the way we train new manager. You know, Odoo is a company that started from one person, me, and we are nearly 300 people now. So when you grow that way, you have to raise new middle managers, top managers and everything. So we invest in a lot of time in the company culture, training the people to be sure we keep the spirit that made us success. So this presentation is how I train the manager at Odoo. So it's not a presentation about the product. It's probably one of the only one of the full event that is not related to the product. It's more about how we manage. I'm not saying that don't get that as an advice. I'm not telling you should do that. It's just who we are. So it works in some context. It might not work in other contexts. But at least you understand how we think and who we are. Another thing is that this presentation is a continuity of a presentation I did two days ago about the company culture. So if you missed it, you can find it online, the Odoo company culture, because this one is the continuity of this. So I will not go through all the details of the company culture, but it's very related. So if you haven't seen my presentation about the company culture, I encourage you to have a look at it. So how do we train your managers and team leaders at Odoo? The first thing I would say is that at Odoo we have, I think, way more team leaders than managers. So of course their title is manager, but the people we have are really leaders, not managers. So yes, what I said to the team, it's a presentation I did for the team, so it's written like if I talk to them. I didn't make new slides just for today, so take it as it is. What I used to say to our manager is that the first thing we expect from our manager is that they are team leader, even before being managers. And I will explain the difference. One of the things is management is doing the things right. They do what they have objectives and they do it right. Leadership is doing the right things, and I'm really convinced about that. Leadership is the one that helps people, that support their team, that make them evolve, and manager is the people that give them good objectives and allows to get to that objective that are from the company. Both are important. I'm not saying management is not important, but what makes the difference at Odoo is that we have a very, very strong leadership at all levels of the hierarchy. So let's start with what is a team leader. For me, a team leader is someone that helps his team succeed. And I like to emphasize on that because I consider that the manager is at the service of his team and not the other way around. When you recruit experienced manager, sometimes when they are used to have big teams, they think that the team works for them. And I think it's a big mistake. I also have the problem when we raise someone as a manager. Someone you have a top performer, sometimes you have a top performer in the company, and you want to raise them as a manager. Some of the mistakes they do is as soon as they become manager, they change their way of working. And one of the things I do every time we promote a new manager is to tell them not to change. If you are promoted manager, it's because you are a pure leadership. So continue training, helping the people, supporting them, and don't act like a manager or giving tasks and deadlines and so on. So for me, one of the key things we expect of our manager is that they are at the service of the team, that help the team perform better. The culture. So the culture is not a document. The culture is really the way the managers, us, we act on a daily basis. So you can write documents, train people on the culture. What makes the culture of the company is the day-to-day interaction you have with the people. So so in that regard, when you grow, at the beginning the culture was just me. We were 10 people, so I did the culture. But then we had to raise top manager and then middle managers and things like that. At some point, the culture is not me anymore. It's defined by the middle managers of each department. So at some point, you have to be sure that you train and you help those guys and you raise those guys so that they promote what you think is the best culture of the company. Many companies have nice sounding values statement, even displayed sometimes in the lobby, like integrity, communication, respect, excellence. Those statements was what you could find in the lobby of Henrion. And the manager of Henrion went to prison, to jail. So that's really an example on how the culture is not a document. It's something you do on a daily basis. Of course, it's important to promote and train on the culture, but that's not what you say that defines you, it's what you do. I explained already the culture, so I will not go into the details of what is part of the culture of Odoo, but I can summarize very quickly. If I have to summarize the 7 things that makes Odoo what it is, here they are. The first thing is that we always think for the long term. And sometimes we sacrifice the short term for the profit of the long term, to refocus on the long term. We always optimize for the customer experience. We execute faster. The way we do to execute faster is to do less. We recruit and develop and retain great people. That's very important. We are a service company after all. I think we are innovation and disruptive, so I don't think we are better than the other. It's just that we are very different. We used to keep things simple, to reduce our contract size, to simplify the product, to simplify the team, to reduce the number of product lines we have, and we give a lot of autonomy and authority to our people. So that's part of Odoo. If you want to know more about that, because it's very top level, I encourage you to see my presentation that is on the odoo.com or SlideShare website. So let's start with the people. That's from HubSpot, but I'm convinced. We want to be proud of our people as much as we are of what we do. And for me, it really happened 3 years ago or something like that. Before 3 years ago, if you would have asked me what I was proud of, I would have told you the product. Odoo is amazing. It can do everything. It's way above the standard in terms of quality, number of features it has. So I was very proud of the product. Today it changed. Today I think I'm even more proud of the people we have. We have an amazing team with great manager and things like that. And I think it's important. I did the switch 3 years ago, not because I did the switch, but because I think 3 years ago we started to have exceptional middle manager. So that was the time when we started to structure more. And I'm sure that today, whatever our team, research and development with the developer, the service or the sales, you can compare to any company, and they are way, way, way above the standards. So a big part of the manager role is to recruit, onboard, develop, and retain the great people. So let's start with the recruitment. One of the key problems I see with experienced recruiters is that they assess the knowledge of the people instead of their competencies. And they don't do it on purpose, but that's what they do. So I think that in order to evaluate efficiently when you do an interview, what's important is to know what the person can learn or how they think. Is he smart? Can he do something rather than does he know something? Otherwise, if you, let's say you ask questions like, do you know how to do this? Do you know how to do that? In that situation, what would you? When you ask that kind of question, experienced people will have better answers. So we think that you will think they are better just because they are more experienced. I think it's more important to have people that are smart and can learn quickly rather than experienced people. So you have to do it in a different way. And that's a mistake that most of the new managers do. So how do you assess the competencies of the person? If you want to know if he's smart, do an IQ test. It's super easy. It looks stupid when you give, and even some people, applicants, don't like to do it. But I can tell you that there is a direct correlation with the success of the IQ test we have and the best of the people we have at Odoo. So at the beginning, I did that to test, and from years after years, it became one of the key components in recruitment is he smart, an IQ test. Because you might have people that just goes out of the university, they don't know anything, they have no experience, they will probably be wrong on most of your questions if you ask questions about what you should do in that kind of situation and things like that, just because they didn't live it. But at the end, they are super smart, and they can learn very quickly. And probably those guys will be the best you will have in the company after. If you recruit salespeople, you probably ask yourself if he can do a demo. So do it. Make them in front of Odoo. That's what we do. We give them Odoo. We tell them, okay, now you do a quotation, sale order, delivery order, invoice, and payment. Of course, they don't know how to do it. But you will see if they feel confident, if they succeed, if they are comfortable with IT, software, and things like that. So that's how you measure the thing. And don't expect them to do everything perfectly. Just see how fast they understand something they don't know. It's okay if they click on the wrong button. If you don't know a software, but what you have to think is how fast they can learn and get used to the software. And it's very easy. We do it. It's 20 minutes. We put them in front of Odoo, and we see how they act. And you directly know if they will be good at doing a demonstration. Very important for the salespeople. Can he understand the business process he doesn't know? That's very important. Don't ask questions about the business process he knows. If you work on services company, there is no point of asking them how the service company works. Design me the workflow of service company. He knows that. So he will appear better just because he is experienced. That's not what you want to know. What you want to know is it capable of designing a business process? So ask something he doesn't know. Ask him a process in the frozen food companies. Ask him questions he doesn't know, and don't expect the right answer. Just see how we think about the thing. Yeah, that's also very important. The non-experienced recruiter, they expect a specific answer. When you recruit for someone, don't expect a specific answer. Just think how they think, because they may have a different answer than yours, and then you ask more and more, and maybe their answer is okay, you can justify it. So take care about that. If it's a salesperson, will he call a lot? You know, the performance of a salesperson is directly correlated with the number of calls he does per day. So you want to know if he will be a good salesperson, make him call. And you will see some people will start sweating just because of taking the phone, and others will take the phone right away and call people. So it's super easy to test. So my advice for you for the recruitment is just test them in real situation. All the rest, you probably don't care about it. Is he a good developer? Make it develop something. That's super easy. And don't ask him to develop something in Odoo. If he knows Java, make him develop something in Java or something he is comfortable with. Can he learn? That's super easy also. Make him think about something he doesn't know and start thinking. So that's the kind of things that are important in an interview. And something also that is important, that great people does not mean perfect. We recruit people for what they can bring to the company, not because they are perfect. You know, Odoo grows by successive revolution. We change a lot of things, we do a revolution, and then we have a big peak, and then a period of chaos, and then big peak, chaos, big peak, chaos. We do that because we evolve super fast. Most of the companies, they grow by continuous evolution. Could be like that, or like that, or like that if it's a good company, but they work by continuous evolution. They improve, perfect the system, and so on and so on. We are not like that. We are looking for people that can transform the company. We are looking for people that can help do the big step forward. But of course, when you are looking for someone that is exceptional, don't expect him to be exceptional or good in everything. Most of the time, when someone is exceptional, so let's say here it's the different skills. You may be a good leadership, speak different languages, maybe a good developer, you are social, and so on and so on. These are all the skills you are looking for. If you try to find defaults in the candidates you recruit, you will probably get people that are average, like this. If you try to find what they can bring to something, look for someone that is exceptional or something, he will probably be exceptionally bad in something else. And that's fine, at least at Odoo, that's fine, because we think we can adapt ourselves to the people that work with us and compensate their default in order to maximize what they can bring to the company. And that's what we do, and it's working very efficiently. It doesn't work in all environments. You need a lot of flexibility, autonomy to support that. It's sometimes very frustrating when someone is not social at all. You will have to work with him. And then we adapt ourselves, we put him in a separate room. And he likes it because then he can focus on development or whatever. I'm just thinking, but it's important to adapt yourself to the people and also to be sure to see what they can bring and not what they are wrong in. Otherwise, you will get average people in everything, and that's probably not what you want. So a great interview is about testing what they can do, and not about asking questions to check what they know. That's very important. And most of the recruiters, they don't even notice they do that. But usually they ask questions about checking what they do, and you see that because the less experienced recruiters, they recruit only experienced people. And the experienced recruiters, they recruit a mix of experienced people and non-experienced people, but at least the people they get are able to evolve and learn quickly. It's especially important on Odoo because when you work at Odoo, you have to learn a lot of things. It's a complex product in a complex environment. We target a lot of different industries, a lot of different sizes. So you need people that are able to evolve. Once you have recruited the people, you have to onboard the employees. And that's very important. So the first day at work for a new employee is super important. And what matters there is to assign clearly learning objectives. So usually when someone comes, we give them the next 4 weeks. Everything he has to learn and challenge for the next 4 weeks. So be sure that when you recruit someone, the next 4 weeks for him are very clear. And also what you expect. It's okay to re-explain the job position. And what I like also is be sure that they perform something useful quickly. Don't just ask them to learn. It's boring to learn, for some people at least. Be sure that they have real objectives. Even if they will fail, it's okay, you will support them. I will try to find an example of that. So every new employee, we give them, as I said, the next 4, there is no internet connection. I'm trying to find one I gave, but we do that for every team. Okay, that was for someone working at the marketing department. But we do that for every job position. We have a similar pad with all the things they have to do. Okay. So it's week by week, what we expect from them. So it was working for the marketing department. So and they strike through when it's done. So it looks like he did everything. So the first week we asked him to read the user documentation of Odoo and at least do the inventory accounting and accounting memento, and read these 3 mementos. So you just have to follow, and those are the things we expect him to read. And then, at the end of the week, he has to practice on these things. Quote, sale order delivery invoice. Quote, sale order task timesheet invoice. Sale order manufacturing expense delivery invoice. Minimum stock rules, PO receipt. So he had a list of business flow that we asked him to perform. Launch a point of sale for a restaurant and build a floor plan. Understand how Runbot works. That's our internal testing platform. And at the end, we always have a deliverable. So at the end of the week, what you need to do a good score at this functional certification, and you have to find 2 bugs in Odoo, report on Runbot, report them to the feedback team so that you learn how internal processes are working, you know? And that's what the week 1, and then you have the week 2. Week 2, we expect you to write a documentation on a topic of your choice. Some example is Odoo Discuss or HR holidays, and you have to follow these guidelines to write it. And then you have to talk with visitors on the website, you know, the live chat system where you can talk in real time with visitors, so that you understand how our users think. So, and here are the goals when you do a discussion. You have to generate a lead, schedule a demo, help people in the evaluation, and convince some people to go from committee to Odoo Online. Shadow 3 meeting calls of business analysts. So the business analysts do their call with their customer, and we ask him to follow 3 shadows so he doesn't talk, meeting calls. And then configure authorize.net with a test account for e-commerce. And here are the deliverables. You have to give us a documentation, answer 5 questions of your choice on the forum of Odoo. So it's always things so that he learns our internal process and procedures and documents. And we do that for the 4 weeks. Okay? So the onboarding of a new employee is very, very important. And I can tell you that you see the difference when you recruit people like that. First, it's way more comfortable for them, so they really like their experience at the beginning. Your company is very good. But also, we have seen our learning cycle decrease a lot. They learn very quickly if you really guide them. Also, don't treat trainees like trainees. We did the mistake so many times at Odoo. Sometimes we have trainees that come, they work 6 months for free, and everyone is happy, and then give us tasks that is trainees' task, like do a market analysis on something. Nobody cares about this market analysis. What we do care is about getting leads, selling, developing new feature in the product, and things like that. So if you have trainees, give them real work. It's better for them, and it's better for you. Retention. So I expect also my manager to do their best to keep their team. So what's important for a manager is to understand what makes people happy. The bad managers, they will always think about the salary. They will tell you the salary is what makes people, so they will make meetings every month with you, like we should give more salary, more things. Of course, the salary is important. That's super important. So you know the principle of, in French, it's a minimum d'hygiène, minimum something. It's in terms of salary, if you are below a certain minimum, people will get very frustrated. So that's really a problem. So you need to have a fair salary for everyone. But above a certain point, whatever what you raise, it will not make them more happy or more. It doesn't have any impact or the fact that they enjoy or not their work. So the salary is important. You should not go into a certain minimum, but there are things that are way more important than that. So I'm not telling you shouldn't pay people fair. You have to pay people fair, that's for sure. But something is more important is why do people leave company? They leave company because they have the feeling that they don't learn anything more. They can leave company because they don't see the point of working on what they do on a daily basis. That's the purpose. Or they leave company because they have a boss that they don't like, that tell them everything to do, shout on them if they don't do it. So they don't have the autonomy they want. So what we do to do one by one, autonomy. I think autonomy is the desire to direct our own life. Everyone wants to do something for himself. That's normal. So for the manager, it's important to do not command and control, but trust people and let them express themselves. So as a manager, or even for the manager, what's important is to give responsibility, not task. And let them think about how to achieve this. Of course, sometimes we also have to give tasks because the business is running, we have things to do. But even when you give a task, explain them why. And something which is important, and the new managers sometimes do not understand that, is that influence is completely independent of the hierarchy. It's not because if you are a manager that people will follow you. It's not because you are a manager that they will think you are right. They will think you are right because you do the right thing. Because people are not stupid. Huh? They will think they will follow you because they think they will learn something by following you. So that's important. And when you promote manager, do that. Don't promote manager because they are experienced. Promote manager because people that work with them learn and improve by just working with another one. I have Mantavia there, which is the director of India. I think he was the perfect example. I remember when we started working with him, all the Indian people we recruited, or not all, but a lot of them said, I wanted to work for Mantavia because when I was a student, I learned so much working on a project with him. So he was a very good leader. So that's the kind of good thing you need to promote in the management layers. And something which is very important. So autonomy is important. People have to think by themselves, and you should let them express if they don't agree. Sometimes people shout on me in Odoo. Huh? Sometimes I ask people to say, do that, and they say, no, I don't want to do that, it's stupid. And it's okay. I think it's even fair to let your people do that. And of course, after we argue, I say, no, it should be like that, and then we discuss. And sometimes we discuss 1 hour. And as a manager, it gets boring. Sometimes you prefer to say, no, do it because I don't have time spending discussing on that. But I think it's important because sometimes you as a manager can be wrong first. And the other reason is that even if you are right, if you force them to do something, they may get frustrated and they will not perform efficiently after. But autonomy is important, but autonomy does not mean lack of guidance. And people need guidance. They need a lot. They want to, and the more guidance you do, you provide, the best it is. Then evolution. One of the reasons people leave a company is because they have the feeling that they have nothing to learn or no evolution possible or that kind of thing. So evolution is very important. So I really recommend to invest time training on your team. So every employee at Odoo has minimum 12 days of training per year, including 6 days they can choose what's the topic. So it's external training. They choose a topic and they go somewhere in a training center to learn accounting or learn away. So it's more for the personal training. Also what's important in terms of evolution, the best way to evolve is to let people try. So if someone failed, don't blame him because he failed, but ask yourself what you, as a manager, you missed the guidance you missed to provide him. Of course, if someone failed 10 times, I used to say that, it's stupidity. So at some point, you cannot accept the failure. But the bad manager, they refuse the failure very quickly, and they don't understand that if someone fails, it's because them, as a manager, probably failed to explain them something. One thing which works also sometimes, I give books. So if someone is lost because he has too much work, give them a book about getting things done. If someone feels he doesn't know the accounting, give him a book about accounting. It works. Not for everyone, because some people don't like to read books. But for those that want to learn, it's very efficient because in terms of time, it doesn't cost that much. And in terms of time, it's usually good books. You have to read all these books by yourself first, but I read a lot, so I know them. Good books have a good ratio of things you learn versus time you spend. Sometimes way more than going into a training. Autonomy and guidance. So you need the right balance, so you have to provide autonomy to the people. And the best way to provide a good balance is to always explain the why, instead of telling what to do. And of course, as manager, you often say what to do, and you need to do that for example. But when you do it, try to explain why. You have to do that for tomorrow because, blah, blah, blah. And let them the freedom to think about how or to contradict you if they think they are wrong. It's funny at Odoo, you have sometimes Olivier Denou and Anthony that shout on them because they don't agree on technical things. Some people may think it's a bad environment because they cry, they shout, but I think it's a good environment because they have the freedom to express themselves. And at some point, they shout for 10 minutes and then they stop and they agree on something and they move forward. And it's very sane. So if you don't agree, argue rather than comment, even if it's sometimes tempting to comment because you not always have the time to argue for hours and hours, and some people need. Sometimes what I do also is to let people the time to accept that. I have some people that I know they need at least one day when there is a big change, they will not change right away. So I tell them something, they are not happy, and I come back one day after because I let them the time to think, and usually they change their mind within a day. The purpose is very important. The purpose is people have to know that what they do is way more important than just the small tasks they do. Especially at Odoo, because we have so many things. You know, you probably have seen that in Odoo Experience, but one of the things I like with Odoo Experience is that everyone in the staff is completely involved. You have Odoo people everywhere, even in the bar, in the help desk, giving the breakfast and everything. And that's important because it creates a relationship with our customers and the partners. Everywhere you go at Odoo Experience, you can talk to someone, and it's probably very good in development or in sales or in service, depending on the department you come from. So the why helps a lot, explaining why you do things, communicating a lot. I used to say now that CEO means more communication executive officer than chief executive officer, because when you grow, one of the big part of your task is to communicate, communicate, and communicate. These decisions are very important. So the decision profile we have to do is this. When you want to decide something, you have to decide between quality, fast, and complete. And most of the companies, they try to do everything. Why? Because they don't think that way. They just have new ideas, they think the new ideas is good, so they want to implement it, and they want to implement it very quickly. And they will shout on the guy that implements it if it's not good enough in terms of quality. It's important that your manager understand how to position and how to decide, because the speed of the execution of the company, the speed at which your company will grow and evolve, will completely depend on all the small decisions your managers will take. If they take the decision to go that way, you will waste time. If they go that way, you will save time. And it looks easy when you draw it like that, but actually it's super complex because you never know the outcome of something you decide. At Odoo, one of the things I do is to train your manager to refuse to do 50% of the things they would like to do. So one of the things I say, it's okay to do less, but do it fast and with good quality. And it's important to have that, because if they think they have a lot of things to do, they don't. And how to move forward faster, there is only one thing. You cannot ask the team to perform faster, or you can do it, but you can do it for 2-3 weeks, not more, because after they will be completely exhausted. How to move faster is just to drop 50% of what you do. So if you recognize the good managers because they are able to remove or drop or do not do something they would like to do. Of course, it's super easy to say, okay, I would like to do that, but I'm not very interested, and I drop it. No, you have to sacrifice things that are important so that your teams have to be less so that they can do better quality and faster. And keep focusing is important too, less is more. And the best way to keep a focus is to have a clear direction. So communicate about where we go, what's important. I can give you an idea of that. One thing is, and one of the best ways to do that is not to tell the team what to do, is to tell the team what not to do. And I think the great managers, they know how to remove tasks that burden people so that they can focus on what's essential, more than asking more and more and deploying more ideas they have in mind. And I have a good example of that. You know, the usability is very important for Odoo in terms of product. And in some version, we did very big step forward in terms of usability. And how did you do that? Because in Odoo, we have so many applications. We don't even have one developer per application in terms of R&D, at least in Belgium. So the team is completely overloaded. There are plenty of things we would like to develop, and we don't have the ability to do that. And if on top of that, you come to the team and say, what matters is the usability, don't expect them to do usability because they will already have too much. You just ask tasks on top of things that are already full. So they will probably only do 10% of usability or 20% of usability. The best way to guide your people in a clear direction and a clear focus is to tell them not to do. So instead of telling them what matters is usability, what we said internally at Odoo is to say we don't develop new features. Of course, we still have a few, you've seen a few features, but it's only 20% of what we do. 80% of what the teams do is re-improving what's already existing, it's usability. And by saying to the team, no new feature, it has been a message that everyone understood in the company. Up to the service department. So they stopped providing us feedback of new feature. No more feedback of, I'd like to do that. All the feedback we get was the only improvement of existing things. So usually explaining the why we don't do something is way more important than why we do something. And if you want to focus people, don't tell them to focus on something, because they are probably already overloaded. Tell them to stop doing something so that they can focus on something else. Okay? And so for me, the message, we do not develop new features, is way stronger than the message, please focus on the usability. And it's the same, it actually means the same. But that's something that, please do not develop new feature. It's something they can apply directly. If a customer comes and asks a feature, no, we don't develop new feature. If a service department, no, we don't develop new feature. So it's super easy to apply. When you say focus on the usability, when a customer comes with a new feature, okay, I will do it, but I will try to make it usable. But that doesn't help to focus people. Building for the long term. I used to say that Odoo is a marathon and not a sprint. So that's particular to Odoo, but I used to say to the manager, avoid building stuff for one-shot operation. Invest time only if it fits Odoo to get better in the long term. So we want to capitalize on everything we do because we want to grow. I can give you an example of that. On version 7, we did a release note. Like every version we released, we had a release note. That release note was extremely good. 120 pages. All the partners, all the customers were super happy. Everything was documented, all the new features and so on. A big PDF. It took 2 months to do. I think it was a big failure for us. We should have not done this release note. Why? Because it's for the short term. A release note is only important for the next month when you release, when people want to understand the change. I would have preferred that they focus on the documentation. If they would have written the same amount of hours in writing a documentation, this would have lasted for at least 3 to 4 versions. So that's the kind of thing we expect from the manager, is to think for the long term. Lean company. I think it's, in order to be simple, you have to be lean. And the way to be lean is to focus on the flexibility over the rigidity. So what do I call rigidity or complexity? Complexity is increased by exception. When you accept this particular contract of a customer that is different from what you used to do, blah, 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 you create some complexity for the companies. And you have the feeling that you do something good because you might reach your sales target for the month, but the service department will suffer for 6 months. So exceptions are not good. We try to avoid any exceptions. We try to avoid complex document. Our Odoo Enterprise contract, he went from 24 pages to, I don't know how it is today, but 6 pages. A contract of this complexity with bug fix, upgrade, and everything in 6 pages is pretty good. Avoid permanent decision. I used to say everything I say I can change my mind. When it's permanent, people apply what you say and they can apply it for 3 years, and then you notice that even if it was right today, in 3 years after, and when everything changed, the context is not the same, it's probably a bad thing to do. So avoid telling, and I've seen a lot of companies, people doing some dashboards and KPI, and you see them doing some Excel sheet to have some KPIs, and they use these KPIs for years and years, but after 2 years, nobody look at these KPIs. They just continue producing the things, but nobody use them. So I avoid permanent decision, especially if you are a manager, because when you are a manager, people follow what you say. I used to try to avoid validation process, long-term roadmap. That's why you don't have a long-term roadmap for Odoo. We want to be able to change your mind and do something better if we can do something faster and better. Planning are not good. You spend time saying, what's the deadline? We change the planning, blah, blah, blah. We know that the plannings are never respected, so why wasting time on that? Hierarchies, I try to limit the hierarchies too, because for me, the manager does not bring value. The value is the developers that produce new features, the salespeople that brings new contracts, it's the service that deploy new customers that we'll use for the years. Managers are important, otherwise I would not be here, but I don't do Odoo. I just help people perform better. And focus on the flexibility. The flexibility is increased by just-in-time thinking and decision. It's sometimes better to decide over the day and say, okay, we do that way or we do that, even if you might be not perfect or wrong, rather than wasting 2 months because people wait for you to decide. So just-in-time thinking and deciding is important. Less software is important, less code, because the less you have, the faster you will be to maintain and evolve the software. You have seen that version 9 has the same number of lines of code for way more features, so we reduce and reduce and reduce continuously at Odoo. We refactor. Open culture, trust people, that's very important, and having smart people so that they can hack when something breaks. I don't like processes that are rigid because they create complexity in the company, but there are some good processes. And usually you have to make the difference between what's a good process, you have to implement it, and a bad process, you have to kill it. A good process, it helps talented people to get more work done. An example of that could be an implementation methodology. If you have a good implementation methodology, the project will perform better. Or the task, the things we do for the R&D, we develop tasks with usability, testing, code review, blah, 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 blah. That's a good process because it helps getting better results. A bad process is a process that tries to recover mistakes, like a purchase process. So when someone wants to purchase something, he needs the validation of 2 managers to get what he needs. I think it's a bad process. All the mistakes, even if you buy something you don't need, you can recover. The company will not be badly infected by that. So we don't have purchase process at Odoo. If people think they need to something, they just get the Visa card and they buy the books they need or whatever. And they can do it by the day because there is no process. So that's what we do at Odoo. We try to kill all the process that do things that try to cover things or mistakes, because it's okay, we can handle the mistake, but we put process if they help people perform better. So we don't have process, for instance, for the KPI. KPI are there to, we of course have a lot of KPI, but we don't make people work to produce this KPI because it's usually a waste of time. The KPI are only there to see when something goes wrong. We prefer to, yeah. And so the great manager, one of the things they do is to set the appropriate context, the environment, the culture of their team and all the things, rather than trying to control the people. So what I like and what I don't like, I like when it's the context. So I like when the strategy is clearly defined, when the objectives are clear, when you have clear role for everyone within the company, when you have an environment where people can learn because they easily talk to each other, they can easily sit with someone and they have people that are smart in front of them. I like when the decisions are clear and transparent and where the metrics are accessible to everyone. What I do not like is the control. Top-down decisions, even if I do a lot, of course, you need some sometimes. Management approval, committees, planning, and process valued more than results. So I try to kill the right side and I keep the left side. In short, all the things is common sense. So I'm not saying big rules. If you think about it, it's common sense. But one thing for me that I never understood is when people start to work in companies, they lose their common sense. And usually they act differently in their role in the company than what they would do in their personal life. So one of the things I train my people, especially those that buy, is to act like in their personal life. I don't know why, but sometimes when you buy something and you buy it in the name of a company, the price is 3 times cheaper when you buy it for yourself. So try to bring the common sense to people and tell them that it's not because you're a company that you are different. As an example for the company cars, most of the company cars, every employee has a car in Belgium. It's like that. It's to optimize the tax. And most of the companies, they lease their car, so they rent it. And they rent their car. But most of the people in their life, they buy the car because it's more efficient to buy a car. In terms of if you do it on 5, 6, 7 years, it's way more efficient to buy a car. And I don't know why companies continue to rent cars. Maybe it's easier to manage, maybe it's easier, but it costs way more. We buy the cars. We buy cars, you have seen for our employees. Of course, we lease it, so we also have a leasing contract, so we pay on a monthly basis. But we buy them so that at the end we have an asset and it costs less. And actually it's good because if you recruit someone that just came from the university, some people need a beautiful car so that they get a new and a beautiful car and probably less salary. Other people tell you, I don't need a car, I don't want a car, or I want a car just because I need it, but the car is not important, I prefer a salary. And then we give them a car that is 6 years old, but they have a bigger salary. So what we say to the people is that for us what matters is the enterprise cost, for the rest you can choose how we play with that. So we buy car, but I don't know why, 99% of the companies in Belgium, they rent the car. They have a rigid process, and then they give new cars to people that just go out of the university, where the people just care about the salary because they want to buy their house, or things like that. Any question? I have 10 minutes here if you have any question. No question? So thank you.
Hello, I'm Odoo.
Hello, I am an ERP.
Who are these guys?
Oh, these are my fellow ERP friends. I brought them here to help this customer choose the ERP that she needs.
Oh, okay. Hi, guys.
Hi. So, what do you want?
I want a software that can easily evolve with my company needs.
Okay, I see. You inflexible ERP, beat it.
I also want to be able to quickly switch from one app to another.
Okay. You slow ERP, go.
Actually, I just want something simple and fast.
Wait, did you say simple and fast?
Yes.
She's all yours, Odoo.
Hi, how are you? I'm Odoo.
Hi, I'm Audrey.
Hey, Yapi, what's up? What are you doing with all these phones?
Well, our customers want a fully integrated solution, so I maintain connections with other software. ERP, how may I help you? Oh, hi, Magento Commerce. Okay, I got your order, 10 bicycles for Acme Inc. Oh, wait, the product has been updated recently. Bicycles now have 2 options, red or blue light. Which one do you want? Okay, come back to me with the info, please. ERP, how may I help you? Hi, Salesforce. Oh, you have a new lead, great. Let me create the customer record for you. What's the company name? Acme Inc. But Magento just created another customer with the same name. Okay, let's create a new one and call it Acme Inc. 2. ERP, how may I help you? Point of sale. You sold all the bicycles today. Damn, we have an inventory issue now. Magento, it's ERP again. Can you please update your Acme Inc. customer? We have no more bicycles available. Tell him we cancel his order and he should place another one. Oh boy! Integration is so painful. You know, we need a dedicated IT department just for this.
Actually, I don't know.
What do you mean? You don't do integration?
I can do it, but I do all of this myself. CRM, e-commerce, point of sales. Odoo handles everything, and I do not need to connect different software together.
Oh. Hello?
Awesome Timesheet is a mobile app that helps me to instantly record any time spent on projects in just a click. It's so effortless. Regardless of the device, the Timesheet app is just one click away. Look at the Chrome plugin. No need to sign in, just click and start. It's smooth. It works offline too and is automatically synchronized with my Odoo account. Plus, I get individual statistics via the mobile and Chrome plugin. I can go further in the analysis in my Odoo account. I receive reports of timesheets per user, drill down per project, and much more. Awesome Timesheet is fully integrated with Odoo invoicing. The customer billing is done automatically, but also with Odoo projects. It's time-saving. Download Awesome Timesheet now and gain in productivity.
Hi, my name is Nicholas. I'm a business manager in the textile industry. The key to do the job is to be productive and organized. That's where Odoo comes in. Thanks to a well-structured organization, you'll change a good team into an exceptional team. With Odoo CRM, the job is much easier for me and my entire team. When I log in to Odoo CRM, I have a direct overview of my ongoing performance. but also the activity of the next 7 days and the performance of the last month. I see that I overachieved last month when compared to my invoicing target of $200,000. I have a structured approach to my performance. If I want to have a deeper look into the details, I click on Next Actions, and I can see that today I have planned a call with Think Big Systems. Once I have done my daily review, I usually go to my pipeline. The process is the same for everyone in the team. Our job is to find resellers, and before closing any deal, we have to go through different stages. We usually have a first contact to qualify the opportunity, move into the offer and negotiation stage, then close with a 1. Well, that's if all goes well. The user interface is really smooth. I can drag and drop any business opportunity from one stage to another in just a few clicks. Now I'd like to go further with an interesting contact, a department store. I highlighted their file by changing the color. For each contact, I have a form view where I have access to all necessary information about the contact. I see here my opportunity Macy's has an estimated revenue of $50,000 and a success rate of 10%. I need to discuss this partnership, so I will schedule a meeting straight from the contact form, Macy's Partnership Meeting. It's super easy to create a new meeting with any contact. I can also send an email straight from the opportunity form, and the answer from the prospect will simply pop up in the system too. Now, let's assume that the meeting took place, therefore I can mark it as done. And the system automatically suggests a next activity. Browsing from one screen to the other is really simple, and adapting to the view too. I can see my opportunities as a to-do list of next activities, for example. With Odoo CRM, I have a sales management tool that is really efficient, and my team and I can be well organized. I have a clear overview of my sales pipeline, meetings, revenues, and more. I go back to my pipeline. Macy's was qualified successfully, which means I can move their file to the next step, and I will adapt the expected revenue as discussed. Once I have performed the qualification process, I will create a new quotation based on the feedback I received from my contact. For my existing customers, I can also quickly discover the activity around them for any Odoo module I use, and continue to discuss them. It's that simple. If I go into reports in Odoo CRM, it's possible for me to know the exact evolution of the leads over the past months, or have a look at the potential revenues and the performance of the different teams in terms of conversions from leads to opportunities, for instance. So, with Odoo, I can have a clear report of every activity based on predefined metrics or favorites. Odoo CRM is not only a powerful tool to achieve our sales goals with structured activities, performance dashboard, next activities, and more, but it also allows me to manage phone calls from Odoo CRM by using the VoIP app. Integrate with Odoo Sales to create beautiful online or PDF quotations and turn them into sales orders. Use email marketing for marketing campaigns to my customers and prospects. Manage my business seamlessly, even on the go. Indeed, Odoo offers a mobile app that lets every business organize key sales activities from leads to quotes. Odoo CRM is a powerful yet easy-to-use app. First, I used the Sales Planner to clearly state my objectives and set up our CRM. It will help you get started quickly too.
As a sales manager, closing opportunities with Odoo Sales is really simple. I selected a predefined quotation for a new product line offer. The products, the service details are already in the quotation. Of course, I can adapt the offer to fit my client's needs. The interface is really smooth. I can add references, some catchy phrases such as closing triggers. For example, save $500 if you sign the quote within 15 days. I have a beautiful and modern design. This will help me close my opportunities more easily. Plus, reviewing the offer from a mobile phone is easy. Really easy. The customer got a clear quotation with a table of content. We can communicate easily. I identified an upselling opportunity. So I adapt the offer by adding more products. When the offer is ready, the customer just needs to sign it online in just a few clicks. Odoo Sales is integrated with major shipping services such as UPS, FedEx, USPS, and more. That's it. I successfully sold my products in just a few clicks thanks to Odoo Sales. Oh, I also have the transaction and communication history at my fingertips. It's easy for every stakeholder to clearly know the past interaction. Anytime, I can get an in-depth report of my sales activity, revenue by salespeople or department, revenue by category of product, drilled down to specific products by quarter or month. I like this report. I can add it to my dashboard in just a click. Odoo Sales is a powerful yet easy-to-use app. At first, I used the Sales Planner. Thanks to it, I got tips and tricks to boost my sales performance. Try Odoo Sales now and get beautiful quotations, amazing dashboards, and increase your success rate. As a project manager, I have a varied job involving multiple stakeholders. To manage every task seamlessly, Odoo Projects is of great help. With Odoo Projects, our project team members can easily plan and execute the launching of a new product line in Canada. I organized this project by creating different stages. It allows us to clearly identify the status of any task at any time and for any user. It is convenient for any other project manager too. These well-structured project stages are fully customizable. Here, I identify one missing stage. I can easily add it in just a click. Once a task is done, each colleague can highlight it by changing its status. That will help the project manager to review the task before changing the stage with a simple drag and drop. Easy, right? We can also organize the different tasks by adapting the view. Here, I select the list view, which shows other information such as the working time progress. If I click on my task, I land on the form view where I can edit the planned hours and enter my timesheets. This is a great tool for any project manager. Controlling the working time progress and the time spent for each team member is essential. I set the time for the sales team training to 24 hours. Today, I prepared the material, so I will log 4 hours in the timesheet. The working time progress updates automatically. Thanks to this timesheet integration, the project manager has a thorough follow-up on the progress of each task. Another great feature in Odoo Projects is the forecast tool. When it is activated, I can plan resources per project and the workload. Therefore, the time allocation for other projects is much easier. For this project, I have to train members of the sales team. It will require 50% of my time until the end of the week. As project manager, I can do this resource allocation for any user and adapt it according to their other projects. This will prevent any form of time overlap. I can reassign a task or adapt the deadline. Odoo Projects is the perfect app for strategic and executive planning. Plus, every aspect of any project can be analyzed thanks to the reports. For example, we can have a report of effective hours spent in comparison with the planned hours. I can assess the profitability of any project, any task, or any team member. I can also look at the number of hours assigned to each team member. Another element of an excellent project management is communication. This is a key factor for the success of any project. While dealing with multiple stakeholders, being able to share documents directly in the task is very helpful. With Odoo Projects, I can discuss through the chat feature that is always one click away. I can also start a new conversation with anyone in my team. In addition to being a powerful app for managing projects seamlessly, Odoo Projects is also an effective customer service or after-sales app. With it, I can follow any customer issue, even create a dedicated support project. Odoo Projects is a powerful yet easy-to-use app. At first, I used the planner to clearly state my objectives and set up the project app. Get this app. It will help you get started quickly too. Start your free trial now and better manage your projects with Odoo. It's easy to create beautiful and professional websites with Odoo. First, I select a theme from the Odoo theme store. Then, with a simple drag and drop, I create a stunning website. And all of that without the hassle of a traditional website builder. It's incredibly smooth. Plus, my website visitors have a seamless web experience, no matter the device they use. Above all, I have great marketing tools. I'm impressed at how easy it is to attract web visitors. My website has a better ranking on search engines thanks to the search engine optimization tool. I have a modern e-commerce website for my company with full-featured product pages and smart call to actions to help me increase my revenues online. I use Odoo upselling features to suggest more expensive alternatives of a product, but also cross-selling features to suggest accessories or options for any product sold. Thanks to Odoo, I create a successful online store in minutes, with an inline experience for my web visitors, making it easy for them to purchase online from anywhere. Really, anywhere. My Odoo e-commerce website is fully integrated with shipping services. Any new order creates a delivery order automatically. Plus, I can sell my products on Amazon and eBay too. That's amazing! Straight from my Odoo account, I can publish on these popular e-commerce platforms. Odoo website and e-commerce are great and fully integrated apps. Start creating an awesome website now.
Hello, I'm Odoo.
Hello, I am an ERP.
Who are these guys?
Oh, these are my fellow ERP friends. I brought them here to help this customer choose the ERP that she needs.
Oh, okay. Hi, guys.
So, what do you want?
I want a software that can easily evolve with my company needs.
Okay, I see. You inflexible ERP, beat it.
I also want to be able to quickly switch from one app to another.
Okay. You slow ERP, go.
Actually, I just want something simple and fast.
Wait, did you say simple and fast?
Yes.
She's all yours, Odoo.
Hi, how are you? I'm Odoo.
Hi, I'm Audrey.
Hey, ERP, what's up? What are you doing with all these phones?
Well, our customers want a fully integrated solution, so I maintain connections with other software. ERP, how may I help you? Oh, hi, Magento Commerce. Okay, I got your order, 10 bicycles for Acme Inc. Oh, wait, the product has been updated recently. Bicycles now have two options, red or blue light. Which one do you want? Okay, come back to me with the info, please. ERP, how may I help you? Hi, Salesforce. Oh, you have a new lead, great. Let me create the customer record for you. What's the company name? Acme Inc.? But Magento just created another customer with the same name. Okay, let's create a new one.
Hi, good morning, everyone. I hope you enjoy your stay here and that you are fresh to start today. It will be a light day because we won't make it long up to the end as yesterday. Today's topic is about maintenance. It is a part of the tools that we offer now in V10 for your manufacturing processes and needs. Okay. We had the opportunity to see the quality management app, the PLM, the new MRP, and for today's agenda, we'll see the main concepts in maintenance and the business value that we hope it will bring to you or to your customers, and we'll see how it works in Odoo, and you'll have time to ask your questions. So this is really short. We won't become experts in the maintenance industry, but we will need to deal with equipment and work centers. Equipments are typically assigned to work center. For instance, if you have a welding company, you'll have welding machines for one or the other work center, okay? And then a failure is simply when one of your equipment has a downtime. That is a failure. And we will usually talk about corrective or preventive maintenance. The only difference is that for corrective maintenance, it is typically when you have a failure which was not planned beforehand. So you are trying or you are planning to work on in your company, and then something gets broken down and you need to repair it on the fly. That is corrective maintenance. Besides that, you can have a preventive maintenance. This is based on maybe the paper sheet that you receive from the manufacturer of the equipment that you use. You have data sheets with all the metrics that you need to enter into your Odoo. For instance, I have a laptop which I need to maintain every 6 months. I'll just take the figures as is and I will put them into my system, okay? And then you'll have KPIs to help you manage or follow up better your maintenance operations. One of them is the mean time between a failure. It means, on average, how many times do I spend for this specific machine before a failure arises. You have usually the expected mean time before failure, which is also supplied by the machine's vendor. And then you can also compute the actual mean time between failure based on what you encode into Odoo. And you can benchmark the expected one and the real one, right? Next to this, you also have the mean time to repair. This is, in contrary, when something gets broken, how much time on average do I spend before repairing it? So as for the business value, you can see if you are able to track accurately when something gets broken, how many time you spend before you can repair it and so on. We think or we hope it will decrease the machine downtime because you know every time how much resources, for instance, I need to put on this machine to be repaired. And most importantly, you can plan the maintenance, so you can know, okay, in next month I will need to repair one of the machines. We hope that it will bring an increased profitability of machines, since they will be down only for a short amount of time, and then that you will be able to communicate with your colleagues because everything is in the machine, is in the applications. You have already scheduled and assigned a machine to one responsible who will be in charge of saying, okay, now it's time to start the repair and so on. And all of this is obviously integrated with the manufacturing operation, application, the quality management, and so on. Now let's see how it works. I'll just switch to a database. I have installed only a few applications to keep it short. I have the maintenance, which again installs the manufacturing because it depends also on the features or the objects in this application. Once I have my maintenance application, I can access the reporting. I can define equipments and work centers in which those equipments are used. I can launch actually the request maintenance, or some of them will be automatically generated by Odoo based on what we call a cron. A cron is simply a robot or a timed condition to say, okay, after a given number of days, I will generate a request, a maintenance document that I will leave to the user to validate and launch the maintenance. And as with most of Odoo application, you have the dashboard where you can track the key figures, okay? When you just enter this application, you can see KPIs, which are really summarized. What you can see, for instance, on this one, we have 3 actions to do. None is scheduled, none has top priority, and none is blocked. So let's start right away, just for instance, to say, okay, just to change the KPI. If I take one of them, I say, okay, this has top priority. You can see it change here. Again, I can go and say, okay, this one will be actually blocked. And you see the KPIs change that way. Now, we'll open a request form, but before this, I will maybe, what other KPI do we have? Scheduled. Okay. Before we go to that, I will maybe open the machines form. You can see when you already have requests on a machine, they will be highlighted on the request Kanban view, the machines Kanban view. Let's open this one, for instance. What you can see is we can define the name of the machine, obviously. We can give it a category in order to be able to apply your statistics, for instance, group by category, group by owner. You can assign it to maintenance team. And each maintenance team is actually the Kanban box that you see in the dashboard here. Let's continue. You can give an assigned date for this monitor, and then a scrap date. This is simply a date at which you think you will discard this machine. This also can be simply taken from the datasheet that you receive from the vendor. If he says this will be used for 2 years, you can say, okay, I will use it up to 2 years. You can give a location. As you can see, this is a text field, so you just type in plain text just to have the information. And importantly, you can link it to a work center, or you can leave this empty. It's not a mandatory field. Now, in the product information, just to give the serial number, if any, the model, and so on. But here is where we have interesting data. It is the maintenance tab, where you can define the preventive maintenance frequency. This actually, you take it from the datasheet, or you can set something based on your experience or your statistics. If I assign a preventive frequency, for instance, 5 days, when I save, I will see the next preventive maintenance date. For instance, today the 7th, you will see that the next date is the 12th, okay? Now, based on the cron, which is a robot, when we reach this date, we'll have a new maintenance request created, okay? Next to that, we can say, okay, each time I want a preventive maintenance to occur, I suppose that I estimate that it will take 6 hours. Here you can type in the hours, the minutes, and even the seconds. By default, I just typed in 6 hours. And when a request is generated automatically, you will have the duration also, which is added to your request form. Now you have the expected mean time between failure. This is what you manually encode based on your statistics or your experience. And next to it, you will have another metric, which is, again, the mean time between failure, which is computed by Odoo based on the data that we have. It is computed based on all corrective maintenance that are in state done. So this, for all corrective maintenance that are in state done, okay? Then you have the mean time to repair, which we just introduced here. It is also a read-only field. Why? Because it is Odoo who will generate the figure here based on what actually happens into your applications. Well, now we have our products or equipment. We can launch a maintenance request manually. If I go here, I can also see it in a calendar view. This can be handful just to print out every week and put it in the workshop, or you can simply give access to all of the users. You'll see one is scheduled here, I don't know if I can see others. Okay. The others have different dates. Now we have this Kanban form to just drag and drop the maintenance request, but what will be helpful is to open one. You'll see who requested this maintenance operation, on which equipment it holds, the request date, the close date, it is when you put this document in state repaired or closed, and the type, this is important. When a request is generated automatically, it will have by default the type preventive, but if you create one, it is a corrective one, because the machine just broke down unexpectedly, and then you create one. So if you create one and assign the corrective type, you'll also need to schedule it and to define how many time it will take to be repaired. It is not automated since you create it on the fly and manually. Here you saw that we created it on the fly from the maintenance application, but during a production order, you can say, okay, something gets broke, I want to start from my production operation, and I just click on a button and generate a request. Then the manufacturing order fields and even the work order, if any, they will be pre-filled so that you can have a full traceability. Okay. Just to go with this, I can put it in state in progress. The state repaired and scrap are ending states. So if I put something here, you can see that the close date is now added. Why is that? It's simply because if I have a look at the requests, the stages, on a stage I can define if it is an ending stage. An ending stage can be successful, I have finished it, or a scrap stage because I have discarded this maintenance request. Now I can also launch my maintenance operation from a manufacturing order. For instance, I go here, I will take one really randomly. Take this one. I have a button here, maintenance request. Just to notice something, for instance, here I have a bill of material and a routing. This routing is for the work center assembly one. I just want to have a look at this work center to see if I have some equipment. So you can see on the work center model or object, I have an equipment form, a tab, in which I have my Samsung monitor, which is assigned here. I'll be able to create a maintenance request just to see that the manufacturing order is filled. But if I started from a work order, which belongs, for instance, to this specific manufacturing order, I would have the other field already pre-filled, okay? So I can keep the full traceability, and here I will just give a name, I can choose an equipment because in the same work center I can have many equipments. Now I need to say which one is broken and which one is not. Here you need to pay attention because there is a domain. So the possible candidates here are limited only to those, to the equipments that are defined on this specific work center of this manufacturing order, or those equipments that are not assigned to a specific work center. Imagine that you have a vacuum cleaner that works everywhere. It is not assigned to a specific work center, so you can simply say, okay, I will select it here. I'll just take my monitor. Assign it, just for the fun. Here it is. Now you see it is integrated with the manufacturing application. I have now a few KPIs that change. And just to finish here, I have in the reporting, I can see, okay, by responsible, how many requests I have processed. You can see the new requests, those that are in progress, repaired or scrap. I can also apply some group bys. I want to group by stage. This is the case. Here I had by responsible. Now I have by stage. I can say by category of maintenance. I have computers, monitors, furnitures, and so on. Okay. I hope it gave you a good overview of what we can do with the maintenance application. Now we can open the questions. It's up to you. Thank you. There are already one question here.
Currently, you only have one type of one instance of preventative maintenance. How much work is it to extend that? Because it's not unusual to have different types of preventative maintenance in a real shop. Like every 5 days I have to do a cleaning and lubrication, and every 6 months I have to replace the bearings and belts.
Yes. So your question was, I just didn't get the beginning.
You only have one instance of preventative maintenance. You say, I do it every 5 days. My question is, how much effort would it be to make multiple instances and multiple types?
For the same
machine.
Yes.
Right? Because you would lubricate it every 5 days, but you could replace the bearings and the drive belts every 6 months or every year. And it's, you know, those are different things. One of them takes 10 minutes to do, the other one could take a day.
Yes, here, I obviously don't know if we can create many instances of that one. Let's try it here. I can create.
Well, you do it on the same object. So
Sure.
You have to write a little code as where that's going.
No, I was checking if I can assign an equipment here and say, okay, I duplicate the documents and I have different dates. But as you can see, it is the name of the maintenance document that relates to the object. So here, I think we'll have only one maintenance, date. And yeah, I think we'll need to manually change it. That's simply a thought, but I'm not sure. Then there we go into customizations, obviously.
Sadly but true. But that's what happens in the real world.
Okay, here that's what I think. I'm not sure we can have another workaround, but if you want, I'll gladly work with you to one of our developers to see if there's anything else, but that's a good, a nice input. I won't forget that. I keep it in mind and I'll join you just after this. Thank you.
Hi.
Hi.
Where we can see the planning of the resources that work on the different maintenance requests?
Yes, the resources generally are defined or assigned to a work center, okay?
Yes.
In the work centers. You can see the working time here. You define for each work center.
That's facet marcation. For example, I have a technician who works on 3 or 4 maintenance requests, and I want to see his calendar for all the resources that I have in the maintenance team.
Here you can see that for each request you have the team,
yes,
and then you have the responsible.
Okay.
Each one of them can see it in a calendar view.
Okay.
This is the pivot. This is the calendar view. And you can apply a filter to say, okay, I want to see my request. Is that okay for you?
No, the technicians that are working on the request. For example, I worked on this one and on several requests. Then you say that for Sunday, Omar is working on this request. Monday is working on another or 2 requests.
Here, I don't know if I get you well, but you can see every request is assigned to a responsible. Is the technician someone different from the responsible in your case? Because I don't get it.
Okay. Could you open, please, a maintenance request?
Like this one?
Yes.
Here? Okay.
The team, okay. The responsible, yes. The responsible.
The responsible is here. Okay?
Yes. This is. If I want to have the administrator, his calendar, his planning.
Yes, as I tell you, you can simply go to your calendar and say, I want to see all my requests, and you'll see it here. You can say daily, weekly, or by month, and you'll see all of your requests, only yours.
Oh, okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Hi. I got the impression that this was meant for internal device maintenance, but how well would this work for maintenance service companies that repair the devices that the customer owns?
In that case, I don't think this will be suitable because if you are to repair devices of your customers, then you need to know what are the preventive maintenance data for them and so on, which is quite complicated because they will simply send you the orders and say, okay, I have this to be processed. So maybe that can be done with the manufacturing application. And the difficulty there will be to have really changing bills of materials because you don't have beforehand what you need to replace and so on. I think the most appropriate will be the manufacturing app rather than this one.
Okay, thanks. And another question about spare part usage or hourly usage.
Yes.
Is it connected to this module?
No, here, no, because as you can see, we have no ways where you can record and say, okay, here I retrieve something and I add another component. Just let me see if we have in the other application. You know about the repair management app, which was already there in version 9 and I think even previous, okay? With this app here, you can say, okay, I had installed it actually, but what you basically do is to say, okay, I have a car, for instance, I will take out a filter, I will add another one. This is the purpose of this one, not the maintenance. Now, as it seems, it's not integrated so far, I didn't really tested it that way, but I think it's not yet, you won't be able to say I take out one component from the maintenance application itself. But you have the repair, which was already there in version 9 and previous.
Yeah, thanks.
Yeah. There was another question somewhere here, I think. To your left, no?
There is no link with the serial numbers.
With which numbers?
The serial numbers. There is probably no link with the serial numbers. Because if I sell something, yes, it has a serial number, for example, the Samsung.
Yes.
And is there a link?
No, I don't think there's a link because as I showed here, when you define your product, you only have a text field where you can enter the serial number.
There is
it's
no,
not a relational field so that you can track it.
So I cannot do a sort of analytic account to see I have a maintenance contract for a customer and I want to see what is the profit or the loss of the maintenance I have to do, the timesheet, the technicians do time on it, they use materials, fill, and all those kind of things. So there is no way you have to do some all the work manual probably to do a follow-up.
Yes, unfortunately, and beware, as they asked here, this is not for your customers. If you say I want to analyze in this case, profitability for my customers' work, that's a whole other things. You have the manufacturing application and the repair. You are aware that when you use the repair application, this can actually be based on a product that you sold to your customers, and when he brings it back, you'll be even able to invoice it, so you can charge what was spent there. You will know exactly which component you took out and you replaced, and you can also invoice it. But this is really separate from the maintenance, which is, as we could see, internal.
Okay.
Thanks.
Thank you. Again, a question. Is there a link between my maintenance repair and the tools I use in the work center operation? Let's say I have the thing which is under repair was used through a work center in a BOM, and it will affect my manufacturing. And if I say, okay, I'm planning a repair for next week from Monday to Tuesday, then can I see it in my BOM and master production schedule if everything's perfect and possible?
Yes. Here you could see that when I have an equipment, I can assign it to a work center. And when you plan a production order, okay, the lead time is based on the resources that you have on the work center. So if you have a breakdown, a downtime, of a machine, in the MPS that you had the opportunity to see, you need to recompute and you have new figures based on the resource availability. Okay, but you need to manually compute, to have the new figures. There was a question here, just to the left.
For my work center, my equipment, I would be interested to see something like a timesheet view. What is the best view for the moment to get something like that? To see, okay, just like timesheet.
Mm-hmm. So if I understand, you want to go on a work center and see the timesheet of all the resources of that.
The timesheet of the is like timesheet, but timesheet of each equipment. So, for example, here if you make a reparation, you have 6 hours. Then they work on the work orders because via the routine. So you have something like a timesheet. Behind, you have something like a timesheet. But I don't know for the moment which kind of report I can use to get that view and to easily see how this equipment and this work center was used during my week.
Mm-hmm. First, in the reporting here, what I will try to show is I don't have enough data here. It is a test database, so let me take another one. Hopefully we have data. Okay, I don't have enough data to demonstrate which filters you can do, but obviously we can. Here we have a report about equipment effectiveness. It simply takes how many days the equipment were live, but I don't think it answers your need to see, like in a timesheet mode, what is the time spent by each equipment or each work center. Hence, I think you can anyway take out more information by using this reporting in the maintenance, in the manufacturing, and by also having a look at the work orders. But yeah, unfortunately, I cannot show it here.
Another way to say is, in the work orders, can I get the information about the maintenance request and the hours spent on maintenance request? Because effectively, if I have the work orders, I can make reports equivalent to that, but I need to get the hours from maintenance request.
Yes, what we can see here, I'll go to my own database. This I didn't demonstrate. I created a maintenance request from a manufacturing order. But now you can also do it on the work order itself. I can click Create Request, so that in my request I will have a link to the manufacturing order and the work order. Now, if I go back to my maintenance request, I can simply group them by work order and so on, and so I can pull the information that I want. Just to close this and go back. I think it is work order. So I can do like this and in list view. Okay, again, you can display the time spent if you want to just have a sum of the time spent by maintenance request. Any question? Okay, thank you very much.
It's easy to spend too much time running your company rather than growing it. Business owners can get bogged down in paperwork, spreadsheets, and getting all the different pieces of software to actually work together. For a more smooth and simple way to run your business, there's Odoo. Odoo's suite of more than 25 open-source business apps is comprehensive, fully integrated, and most importantly, easy to use. Easily create your professional website, manage your relationships with customers, design and launch your own marketing, and take online payments using e-commerce. Behind the scenes, Odoo apps help you with tasks like managing your warehouse, invoicing, and accounting. And that's not all. Odoo has apps for all your business needs, and they all work together seamlessly. Let's take the example of Nick, who has a successful hat store. Nick would like to attract more customers, so he decides to start selling online. With Odoo CMS and e-commerce, Nick's online shop is up and running in a few days. Thanks to Odoo, Nick can easily chat with website visitors, handle payments, and manage deliveries. As orders pour in, Nick recruits more people and extends his product line. Nick decides to manage his customer relations, his stock, his employees, and even accounting through Odoo. Nick can focus on growing his business, not on connecting various systems together. So in little to no time, you'll be up and running with Odoo. It's that easy to use. Seize the chance to simplify. Join more than 2 million users from companies of all sizes growing their business with Odoo. The largest organization using Odoo has 300,000 users, and the smallest, just one. See for yourself on odoo.com.
Hello, I'm Odoo.
Hello, I am an ERP.
And I'm looking to buy a project management application.
Great. I can take care of this. How many users will you have?
Around 20.
Good. I can do it for $20,000 for the first year, and the implementation should take around 3 months.
What about you?
It's done.
What do you mean?
I just started an account. You can use it.
Wow. And how much will it cost me?
The first app is for free. It's all yours.
But I need 20 users.
I know, these are free too. Your first app is free for unlimited users with Odoo. Enjoy!
One app free? Seriously?
Yes. Sorry, man.
Hi, I am an ERP.
And I'm looking to buy a great management software.
Oh, then you came to the right place. I can manage all your activities in a single software.
Oh, great. And how much does it cost?
It is just $1,500 per user and per year.
I also need to manage my sales, inventory, accounting, and manufacturing.
No problem, I can do all of that.
My accountant needs assets.
Okay, that's $10,000 more.
He also needs multi-currencies.
You have to add an extra $5,000 for that.
And we have 5 companies to consolidate.
Oh, that's another $25,000 on top of it.
What about manufacturing? Do you have maintenance feature?
Yes, absolutely. But it is another $20,000.
And above all, I need something that works without a ton of headaches. Something simple and fast.
Did you say simple and no headache?
Yes.
Oh, gosh.
Hi, I'm Odoo. It's $25 per user per month. No extra. All features included.
To show this information, should I need more, like the customer's build, I drill down from the other axis. Now, I have the total sales activity per salesperson and customer. That's great. I can explore any data in depth. I'm satisfied with this report. I save it as a favorite and tick this checkbox. As a result, every time I will browse to Odoo Sales Reports, it will appear by default. My report is 100% compatible with Excel. I can export it at any time for further analysis. In my Odoo Sales Reports, I have multiple views. Each of them displays the data in a different and meaningful way. I use the advanced search view to group my sales per customer or per product. I change the metrics to the quantity invoiced. And I save this report in my dashboard. Therefore, I have a quick access to all my reports from any app, no matter the device I use. Use Odoo Report to get great analytics and take informed decisions.
Hello, I'm Odoo.
And I am an ERP.
Hey, ERP, are you sick? I hope it's nothing serious.
Oh no, he's just Tim, the IT guy. He's in charge of my bug fixes, updates and maintenance operations. You know, all the technical stuff required to run an ERP system.
No, actually, I don't know.
What? You don't have any regular maintenance operation? Or do you update each user station when there is an update?
You know, I run on the cloud and there's nothing to install for the users. It just works in the browser and updates are employed automatically to everyone.
Say, oh!
Odoo Sign helps me to create, send, and receive online documents in just a few clicks. It's paperless and fast, for my customers too. For any document, no need to print, sign, and scan. Odoo Sign does the job in less than a minute. Here is a sales contract. I will send it to new customers. I can easily add fields to my PDF documents with a simple drag and drop. I add an initial field on all pages. Then I go at the bottom of the page to add fields such as date and name. And I specify which person is supposed to fill each field of the document too. Once that is finished, I send the document to multiple people. They will fill their dedicated fields and sign the document in minutes. That's so easy. Each party will have the same document to sign online. I see the progress and get it back once everyone has signed. It's 100% secure. That's it. With Odoo Sign, my customers and I got rid of the painful and manual processes. Instead, we get an awesome electronic signature experience. Odoo Sign can be used for HR or any other administrative matters, making it so easy and efficient. Stop doing manual printing and scanning. Move to electronic signature. Awesome Timesheet is a mobile app that helps me to instantly record any time spent on projects in just a click. It's so effortless. Regardless of the device, the Timesheet app is just one click away. Look at the Chrome plugin. No need to sign in, just click and start. It's smooth. It works offline too and is automatically synchronized with my Odoo account. Plus, I get individual statistics via the mobile and Chrome plugin. I can go further in the analysis in my Odoo account. I receive reports of timesheets per user, drill down per project, and much more. Awesome Timesheet is fully integrated with Odoo invoicing. The customer billing is done automatically. but also with Odoo projects. It's time-saving. Download Awesome Timesheet now and gain in productivity.
Hi, my name is Nicholas. I'm a business manager in the textile industry. The key to do the job is to be productive and organized. That's where Odoo comes in. Thanks to a well-structured organization, you'll change a good team into an exceptional team. With Odoo CRM, the job is much easier for me and my entire team. When I log in to Odoo CRM, I have a direct overview of my ongoing performance, but also the activity of the next 7 days and the performance of the last month. I see that I overachieved last month when compared to my invoicing target of $200,000. I have a structured approach to my performance. If I want to have a deeper look into the details, I click on Next Actions, and I can see that today I have planned a call with Think Big Systems. Once I have done my daily review, I usually go to my pipeline. The process is the same for everyone in the team. Our job is to find resellers, and before closing any deal, we have to go through different stages. We usually have a first contact to qualify the opportunity, move into the offer and negotiation stage, then close with a 1. Well, that's if all goes well. The user interface is really smooth. I can drag and drop any business opportunity from one stage to another in just a few clicks. Now I'd like to go further with an interesting contact, a department store. I highlighted their file by changing the color. For each contact, I have a form view where I have access to all necessary information about the contact. I see here my opportunity Macy's has an estimated revenue of $50,000 and a success rate of 10%. I need to discuss this partnership, so I will schedule a meeting straight from the contact form, Macy's Partnership Meeting. It's super easy to create a new meeting with any contact. I can also send an email straight from the opportunity form, and the answer from the prospect will simply pop up in the system too. Now, let's assume that the meeting took place, therefore I can mark it as done. And the system automatically suggests a next activity. Browsing from one screen to the other is really simple, and adapting to the view too. I can see my opportunities as a to-do list of next activities, for example. With Odoo CRM, I have a sales management tool that is really efficient, and my team and I can be well organized. I have a clear overview of my sales pipeline, meetings, revenues, and more. I go back to my pipeline. Macy's was qualified successfully, which means I can move their file to the next step, and I will adapt the expected revenue as discussed. Once I have performed the qualification process, I will create a new quotation based on the feedback I received from my contact. For my existing customers, I can also quickly discover the activity around them for any Odoo module I use and continue to discuss them. It's that simple. If I go into reports in Odoo CRM, it's possible for me to know the exact evolution of the leads over the past months, or have a look at the potential revenues and the performance of the different teams in terms of conversions from leads to opportunities, for instance. So, with Odoo, I can have a clear report of every activity based on predefined metrics or favorites. Odoo CRM is not only a powerful tool to achieve our sales goals with structured activities, performance dashboard, next activities, and more, but it also allows me to manage phone calls from Odoo CRM by using the VoIP app. Integrate with Odoo Sales to create beautiful online or PDF quotations and turn them into sales orders. Use email marketing for marketing campaigns to my customers and prospects. Manage my business seamlessly, even on the go. Indeed, Odoo offers a mobile app that lets every business organize key sales activities from leads to quotes. Odoo CRM is a powerful yet easy-to-use app. First, I used the Sales Planner to clearly state my objectives and set up our CRM. It will help you get started quickly too.
As a sales manager, closing opportunities with Odoo Sales is really simple. I selected a predefined quotation for a new product line offer. The products, the service details are already in the quotation. Of course, I can adapt the offer to fit my client's needs. The interface is really smooth. I can add references, some catchy phrases such as closing triggers. For example, save $500 if you sign the quote within 15 days. I have a beautiful and modern design. This will help me close my opportunities more easily. Plus, reviewing the offer from a mobile phone is easy. Really easy. The customer got a clear quotation with a table of content. We can communicate easily. I identified an upselling opportunity. So, I adapt the offer by adding more products. When the offer is ready, the customer just needs to sign it online in just a few clicks. Odoo Sales is integrated with major shipping services such as UPS, FedEx, USPS, and more. That's it. I successfully sold my products in just a few clicks thanks to Odoo Sales. Oh, I also have the transaction and communication history at my fingertips. It's easy for every stakeholder to clearly know the past interaction. Anytime, I can get an in-depth report of my sales activity, revenue by salespeople or department, revenue by category of product, drilled down to specific products by quarter or month. I like this report. I can add it to my dashboard in just a click. Odoo Sales is a powerful yet easy-to-use app. At first, I used the Sales Planner. Thanks to it, I got tips and tricks to boost my sales performance. Try Odoo Sales now and get beautiful quotations, amazing dashboards, and increase your success rate. As a project manager, I have a varied job involving multiple stakeholders. To manage every task seamlessly, Odoo Projects is of great help. With Odoo Projects, our project team members can easily plan and execute the launching of a new product line in Canada. I organized this project by creating different stages. It allows us to clearly identify the status of any task at any time and for any user. It is convenient for any other project manager too. These well-structured project stages are fully customizable. Here, I identify one missing stage. I can easily add it in just a click. Once a task is done, each colleague can highlight it by changing its status. That will help the project manager to review the task before changing the stage with a simple drag and drop. Easy, right? We can also organize the different tasks by adapting the view. Here, I select the list view, which shows other information such as the working time progress. If I click on my task, I land on the form view where I can edit the planned hours and enter my timesheets. This is a great tool for any project manager. Controlling the working time progress and the time spent for each team member is essential. I set the time for the sales team training to 24 hours. Today, I prepared the material, so I will log 4 hours in the timesheet. The working time progress updates automatically. Thanks to this timesheet integration, the project manager has a thorough follow-up on the progress of each task. Another great feature in Odoo Projects is the forecast tool. When it is activated, I can plan resources per project and the workload. Therefore, the time allocation for other projects is much easier. For this project, I have to train members of the sales team. It will require 50% of my time until the end of the week. As project manager, I can do this resource allocation for any user and adapt it according to their other projects. This will prevent any form of time overlap. I can reassign a task or adapt the deadline. Odoo Projects is the perfect app for strategic and executive planning. Plus, every aspect of any project can be analyzed thanks to the reports. For example, we can have a report of effective hours spent in comparison with the planned hours. I can assess the profitability of any project, any task, or any team member. I can also look at the number of hours assigned to each team member. Another element of an excellent project management is communication. This is a key factor for the success of any project. While dealing with multiple stakeholders, being able to share documents directly in the task is very helpful. With Odoo projects, I can discuss through the chat feature that is always one click away. I can also start a new conversation with anyone in my team. In addition to being a powerful app for managing projects seamlessly, Odoo Projects is also an effective customer service or after-sales app. With it, I can follow any customer issue, even create a dedicated support project. Odoo Projects is a powerful yet easy-to-use app. At first, I used the planner to clearly state my objectives and set up the project app. Get this app. It will help you get started quickly too. Start your free trial now and better manage your projects with Odoo. It's easy to create beautiful and professional websites with Odoo. First, I select a theme from the Odoo theme store. Then, with a simple drag and drop, I create a stunning website. And all of that without the hassle of a traditional website builder. It's incredibly smooth. Plus, my website visitors have a seamless web experience, no matter the device they use. Above all, I have great marketing tools. I'm impressed at how easy it is to attract web visitors. My website has a better ranking on search engines thanks to the search engine optimization tool. I have a modern e-commerce website for my company with full-featured product pages and smart call to actions to help me increase my revenues online. I use Odoo upselling features to suggest more expensive alternatives of a product, but also cross-selling features to suggest accessories or options for any product sold. Thanks to Odoo, I create a successful online store in minutes, with an inline experience for my web visitors, making it easy for them to purchase online from anywhere. Really, anywhere. My Odoo e-commerce website is fully integrated with shipping services. Any new order creates a delivery order automatically. Plus, I can sell my products on Amazon and eBay too. That's amazing! Straight from my Odoo account, I can publish on these popular e-commerce platforms. Odoo website and e-commerce are great and fully integrated apps. Start creating an awesome website now.
Hello, I'm Odoo.
Hello, I am an ERP.
Who are these guys?
Oh, these are my fellow ERP friends. I brought them here to help this customer choose the ERP that she needs.
Oh, okay. Hi, guys.
Hi. So, what do you want?
I want a software that can easily evolve with my company needs.
Okay, I see. You inflexible ERP, beat it.
I also want to be able to quickly switch from one app to another.
Okay. You slow ERP, go.
Actually, I just want something simple and fast.
Wait, did you say simple and fast?
Yes.
She's all yours, Odoo.
Hi, how are you? I'm Odoo.
Hi, I'm Audrey.
Hey, RP, what's up? What are you doing with all these phones?
Well, our customers want a fully integrated solution, so I maintain connections with other software. ERP, how may I help you? Oh, hi, Magento Commerce. Okay, I got your order, 10 bicycles for Acme Inc. Oh, wait. The product has been updated recently. Bicycles now have 2 options, red or blue light. Which one do you want? Okay, come back to me with the info, please. ERP, how may I help you? Hi, Salesforce. Oh, you have a new lead, great. Let me create the customer record for you. What's the company name? Acme Inc. But Magento just created another customer with the same name. Okay, let's create a new one and call it Acme Inc. 2. ERP, how may I help you? Point of sale. You sold all the bicycles today. Done, we have an inventory issue now. Magento, it's ERP again. Can you please update your Acme Inc. customer? We have no more bicycles available. Tell him we cancel his order and he should place another one. Oh boy! Integration is so painful. You know, we need a dedicated IT department just for this.
Actually, I don't know.
What do you mean? You don't do integration?
I can do it, but I do all of this myself. CRM, e-commerce, point of sales. Odoo handles everything, and I do not need to connect different software together.
Oh. Hello?
It's really easy to get rid of paper forms, complex spreadsheets, and multiple programs heavily connected together. To run my business seamlessly, Odoo is the perfect solution, all in one and easy to use. Odoo helps me to manage my operations, sales, finance, human resources, and much more. All that seamlessly integrated. Only one system for all my company's aspects. In just one click, I install my first app, Odoo Website. I can create a professional website without any technical knowledge. That's so simple. I just drag and drop building blocks. Odoo provides great tools to help me getting started quickly. I create full-featured product pages in just a few clicks. I have an e-commerce that is quickly set up and ready to use. My customers can purchase from anywhere in the world. Once my beautiful website is built, I'd like to acquire new customers. All I have to do is add a contact form on my website. Incoming messages from the website land as leads in Odoo Sales. Look, here I create a quotation based on a predefined template. Easy, right? For my customers too. No need to print, sign, and scan the offer. They just need to sign it online, no matter the device they use. My team and I have a performance dashboard that helps us to be successful salespeople. We can easily manage our leads or any sales activity. Not only is Odoo powerful, but it's also a beautiful business software, providing a great experience that makes every user productive. For instance, it's easy to deliver orders from my stock no matter its size. Just scan the delivery order, locate, and ship. That's how easy it is to run my company with Odoo. In addition, my accounting is fully integrated with Odoo Sales and Inventory. From a single screen, I can easily create an invoice based on the sales order. I usually nurture my existing and potential clients by sending a weekly newsletter. I create a beautiful email just by dragging and dropping building blocks. I don't need to worry about anything else than my design tastes. I can manage all the different aspects of my company. The after-sales service and the help desk are handled from Odoo Project, where any issue is tracked and solved. Thanks to the integration and its simplicity, I don't need to synchronize different software together or import-export data. As my company grows, I can even use Odoo to hire more people and collaborate with them easily from any screen. Running my business has never been so simple. Start now and grow your business with Odoo.
Hello, I am an ERP.
And I'm looking for a new management software.
Oh, great. I can manage.
Okay. Good morning. My name is Fabrice Heneffe. I'm a project leader at UCM. And I'm going to show you how UCM uses Odoo to manage its financial process. And more precisely, one of them, the re-invoice process. To begin, just a few words about UCM. UCM is an interprofessional employers organization. Its main missions are to defend, to represent, and to promote self-employed and small and medium enterprise in connection with more than 50 professional associations and organizations. You offered a wide range of services like a business counter, social security insurance, payroll provider, legal assistance, social welfare, family allowance, advice, and consultancy. If you want more information, you can go to www.ucm.be. The group consists of more than 15 legal entities. In these entities, we have business entities, union entities, and super entities. For this presentation, I will focus on support entities. This one share services like human resource, IT, logistics, marketing, accounting, with business entities and union entities. And they are also central purchasing for the purchase of goods and services and to reinvoice them to other entities. The Odoo project in UCM is for super entities. It manages transversal accounting and finance for all of the entities and support the process of reinvoicing to the central purchasing. In the past, we make by hands this reinvoicing, and it takes a very lot of times. Here is the complete process described here. When we start with a purchase process, this purchase is subject to a validation, more or less complex, depending of the, for example, of the price. After the validation process, we have a supplier invoice, and after on this, we make the re-invoice. Just a remark, it's not only for the invoice, we can have a re-invoice to asset, to bank statement, to journal items, and all we have to re-invoice can go to this process. After this step, result the creation of customer invoice, one for each entities. And after the validation, we create a supplier invoice in the entity's business or union. Here we start with the purchase process. Before going, we need to configure the system. We have to configure the process itself, the products, the journal, and the re-invoice key. Here is the menu to configure the purchase configuration. Sorry. Donc here we can create a lot of circuits of validation. If I take purchase configuration, in this example, I have to put a classification Odoo event, and it is on this classification that the process will be run. We can define here several process depending on the amount. I take the first one, less than 1,000 euros. And here I've defined one step for the validation. The buyer makes the purchase and the chief of section approves it. If I want, I can also configure the process depending if the purchase is out of the budget or not. Yeah. Here is another example, more complex. There is several validation level and two processes depending of the starting person. You can see here that I start with the writer. The chief of section must approve the purchase. After the chief of section is the director, and after is the director of BU. And a second one, if it is the chief of section that make the purchase, the chief of service must approve it after the director and after the director of BU. So we can define in a lot of process for a product classification. Sorry. Now I had to configure the journal. Here I put Odoo events, I associate Odoo events on the journal. It reduces the list of products when the buyer makes the purchase. And now I configure the product. Here I put HAGPS with the classification Odoo events. So when the buyer makes the purchase, he can select this product. If I put more products, but you have a list, but a short list, and not all the products of the society. To finish, I have to configure the reinvoice key. Donc we have a special item menu to create them. Here I take CA1, it's my reinvoice key. For one key, I have several instances because there are these keys change over time. Here I select the first one. And now, for this key, the purchase will be spread over 4 business entities. We have here the 4 business entities. Here we have the rate. And the rate are the percentage applied to each entity when we do the reinvoice. Let's have a look to analytics. We have to compose with 5 dimensions. This is mandatory for the financial reporting. Here we have a special module and special menu to manage this analytics. Donc we have here in the menu dimension the definition of the 5 dimensions. The value of each dimension can be shown here in code, but they are not in code here because we have a specific screen to encode them. These analytics are present in each accounting items, invoice, assets, bank statement, journal item, and so on. Here we have a special screen to encode the analytic configuration for department. C'est pas les mêmes slides que ceux que j'ai sur la feuille. Okay, I have to associate this analytic with my employee record. Okay. it will simplify the coding for the purchase order. Here I've put my location, UCM Yard, and here my department. We have a specific tab to record the history, here for the department, and here for the analytic location. And now we configure the re-invoice key. Ça n'a rien à voir avec mes slides. Okay. Here I associate my record employee with my re-invoice key. Okay. Then we can start the process of purchase. For this example, you can buy me a GPS. You see that I am here in a GEC entity. It's the support entities. The buyer fill a request quotation, and the analytic are set in the invoice line. Here the analytic. You see that my employee record is also an analytic dimension, and here the re-invoice key. I have set the journal. The journal reduce the list, and here the flag if the purchase is out of budget or not. You see here when I select the product, I only have GPS because it's the only product I have put with the classification Odoo event. Here I select in employee my name, and automatically the analytic department location are set in the system, and the re-invoice key too. Now I validate the purchase, and the purchase order goes to the chief of section. And you can see here in this tab that the buyer see where the purchase order is going. And if you click on the user, you can also see the user concerned by the next step. The purchase order goes to the chief of section. Here you see it's Xavier Neb. We are already in GSE. And the chief of section validated the invoice and the purchase, and the invoice is created. You see here the invoice, and you see that the re-invoice key and the analytic are set in the line. Now we can perform the rebilling. For this, we have a window with several selection criteria. We have a range of date and journal to select. To reduce the item in the re-invoice system. So here I put the date of the invoice I've created and the journal. And we have also to configure outgoing invoice, here, facture and the credit. Just a little bracket to show you that this re-invoice process can be applied to another element, paid, asset, and so on. All the elements that we have to re-invoice can go in this re-invoice process. So I click on generate, and the customer invoice are created. Here you see that we have 4 customer invoice. One by entity concerned by the re-invoice key. Here you have the re-invoice key I have configured, and here the rate, and we have 4 customer invoice. I can select all them and confirm them in one way, in one time. And here we have the customer invoice validated. Just a look to the journal entries. Donc we have, of course, 4 journal entries. If I take a journal item of one of them, we have here the analytic. But no more reinvoice key because the process of reinvoicing is done. And now have a look at the other entities. Here we are in a multi-company environment. So now I go to caisse de location familiale, and you see that the supplier invoice is created with the analytic. Okay, Luc,
this is the last slide, and then we can go into question and answers. If you look to it, basically, we've done with UCM, they're all financial processes going from purchasing, sales, accounting, interface with HR, but the whole thing at the end of the day works on journal items, on accounting entries. So as soon as you put the analytics in the accounting items, you put the re-invoice key in there, then you will actually automatically create the invoices in the receiving companies. The receiving companies may run Odoo, but the receiving companies may as well run SAP, Dynamics, whatever ERP you have, because it's really going further. A suite of modules, account re-invoice, you can find them on apps.odoo.com. And they work within an Odoo-only environment. They also work within a mixed environment of multiple systems. So basically, this whole system has been built with a very small set of UCM-specific modules, but with a number of generic modules available from Odoo, of course. That's the core of the system. A couple of OCA and Noviat-specific Belgium accounting modules, the account re-invoice suite from Noviat, and then the analytic structure module from a French integrator called XZ Consulting. But everything, if you want to play with it, is available on apps.odoo.com. And if you want to see it in real life, you just come after this to the Noviat booth in the exhibition area, and we can give some demos. If there are some questions, we are happy to answer them. Okay, then thanks very much for attending. Yeah.
So, hello everyone. My name is Benjamin, and I'm a functional consultant at Odoo. So today I'm going to explain you how you can use your tablets at each of your work center in your manufacturing operations. So I'm gonna start with a short introduction. Then I will explain you the main advantages of Odoo work centers. I will explain you how it works, and of course I will show it to you with my demonstration. And then if we have still times, we'll have a Q&A sessions. So, yes, as you probably know, operations are carried out at the work centers, and work center can be represented by a machine, a group of machines, a production line, or employees of a group of employees, together with bill of materials, products, routings, and of course manufacturing order. Work centers belong to the most important group of master data in your operating system. So that's really important data. Yes, the work orders, the work center are used in the task list operations and in work orders. So task list operations are, for example, maintenance or routines, and work orders are used for production and quality assurance. But what are the main advantages of Odoo work centers? As you probably know, the work centers are fully integrated with other applications of Odoo. So it means that it's integrated with the quality management system. So from the work centers, you can create quality alerts, you can create quality points to check if everything is okay with your production. It's also integrated with your stock. So when you are working in a work centers, you can post the inventories and the stock is automatically updated, of course. And then it's also integrated with your product management. So when you create products, when you create manufacturing orders, bill of material, you can use that in your work centers. You just have to create them once and it's integrated. It's also integrated with other applications, but you understand the concept. So work centers with Odoo, it's really easy for workers. So you can imagine a big work center, so a big operations plan with a lot of work centers. The workers just has to sign in to the system and can start working directly with the system. So he doesn't have to check what he has to do on a planning. He can directly sign in, take the tablets and start working. So it's really easy for him, and it saves you times because you don't have to explain your workers what they have to do today. They can really sign in the system and they know what they have to do at the work center. So it saves you time. But how does that work? So actually there are two groups of users that are involved in the work centers. First, the manager. The manager can create the master data and plan the work order. So first, of course, he has to create the work centers. So an assembly line, for example, a painting work center. He has to create routines, so the operation he has to do in a work center. He also has to create the bill of material, so what we need to consume to create a product. And he has to create the manufacturing orders. Even it can be created automatically with a sale order. You probably know that, but he can also create them manually. And then it just can plan the manufacturing orders in the work centers. So this is what the manager does. On the other side, yes, there is the workers, and the workers can, as I explained you, can easily sign in the system and start working. So he has this screen. As you can see, he can see all the work centers, and he can easily start working just by clicking on the button and the work centers he wants to use and where he has to work. And as you can see, in the tablet view, he can use all the functionalities that are available in the system. So This is a tablet view. He can start working from his tablet. He can scrap products. He can request a maintenance. He can even create a quality alert. And so everything is done from the tablet. It's really easy for users. So now let's start with a demonstration. So now I'm signing as a manager. So as I explained you, what does the manager? He has to create the master data. But first, let me show you the settings I need to set for this demonstration. So first of all, I already installed the manufacturing application. I also installed the quality management system, so we can create a quality alert and so on. I will show it to you later. So in the manufacturing settings, I had to apply the routings, manage production by work orders, as you can see there, and I also applied the manage quality control point settings. So we can send alert and we can check if everything is okay. So as the manager, I create master data. I first created a routing. Actually, I want to manufacturing chairs. So I created a routing with two operations, as you can see, an assembly line and a painting operation. So there are two operations in my system in order to manufacture my chair. Of course, I also needed to create the work centers. So as you can see, routines, I can define a work center in a routing. So the assembly operation happens in the assembly work centers. So yes, more than one operation can belong to a work center. It's possible, but in this case, the same operation belongs to the assembly work center. And it's the same for the painting. So I created routines, operation, and work centers. And of course, I created bill of material for my product. So I want to produce my chair there, and I consume legs, seats, and paint. Okay? So now let me create a manufacturing order first. I've already created some manufacturing order, but I will create a new one. So I want to produce a chair. I can save it, and I can easily plan it as the manager. So I can plan it, and as you can see, the manufacturing order is linked to a routing, the chair manufacturing. And as I explained you, the chair manufacturing, it has two operations. So I have two work orders created there, one assembly and one painting. Okay? And as you can see, the assembly work order is ready. So now I just take my tablet, just one sec, and I will share the screen with you so you can see what happened on the tablet, and it's very easy. So yes, you can see my tablet screen. So I'm here on my tablet, and as a user, you can see that I'm logged in as a user now. I can simply go to the manufacturing application, and you can see that I see my two work orders. I can just click on the tablet button, and there is something that I need to do. So I see that I need to create a chair. Okay, I simply click on it, and there, I'm in the tablet view. It's really easy. I know what I need to do. It's already planned, so I can really directly start working on my tablet. I can also see what I need to do. So I need to ask them I will just decrease the size of the screen so you can see. Okay. So you can see that I can add a plan in my operation, so the workers know what he has to do to create so he can check the plan, and he can easily start working. So by just clicking on the button Start Working, and now okay, it is started. You can see in the current production tab that the time is it is started now. So I need to create just one unit, and as you can see, the button are available there. So I can either block my operation, I can scrap product if I want, I can also click on pause button if I need to make a break. Then I need to continue the production, for example. And yes, I didn't show it in the settings, but I also made a quality check. So yes, I will show it to you later, but in order to finish my work orders, I first need to make a quality check before being able to finish it. So I click quality check, and I need to validate the measure. I will show you the settings later. So I validate my chair is 19 centimeters. I validate, and it seems to be okay. So I can now, either I can pause it, pause the work orders, I can still block it, but I will first launch a quality alert because I'm not sure the tools I use are still good for the production. So I launch a quality alert for the chair. In the Work Center assembly, I can add a description, not sure the tools are still good. Okay, I can save it. Okay, so everything is done with my work orders. You can see that it's done. Now I can click on done, so everything is done. It's finished. Okay, you can see that it took me 2 minutes to accomplish this order. Now, if I check as the manager, I'm not the manager, so I can see that one of the 2 work orders has been done. I can also check the quality alerts, so I can see in the quality application that I should have a quality alert there as the manager. Yes, I have a new quality alert. So I know that I need to check or send someone to check the tools. Okay, let's imagine it's solved. No, I think the tools are still good. I will notify my employee. So I will notify my employee at Odoo user. So, okay, tools are still good. I log my notes, and now my Odoo user will be notified with this note. So I can share my screen once again as the user. Yes, okay. I have probably received an email. Yes, as you can see, I have received an email from my manager. Okay, I can see that the tools are still good. Okay, so I can simply start my works again. So let's go back to Odoo, and something else I wanted to show you. It's the OE factor. So for my work centers in the manufacturing application, so as a manager, I can also set time to be consumed for one operation and so on. So in my routines, I have 2 operations, and here I set a default duration of 15 seconds for the first operation. And for the second operation, the painting one, I set 5 seconds to be done. So in order the operation is finished. Also, in the work centers, I can define a time to be consumed before the production. So for example, in the assembly work center, I can define a time needed before the production. I set it to 5 seconds. I can also define a time needed after the production. And thanks to all of that, the OE is defined. So this is a KPI which is really, really useful for the manager. So he can check if the work center works efficiently or not. So he can see all the time consumed. For example, I can group by work center if needed. Yes, and I can also group by manufacturing order, I think. Yes, I could group by manufacturing order. So I can see if it's working faster than expected or not. Here it seems to be not so good because yes, it took me 2 minutes to accomplish the first order, and this is yes, this was more than that was expected. So yes, with the tablet you can see, you can imagine yeah, really a big manufacturing plan, yes, and with a lot of work centers. And with this tool, you can imagine that the tablet is really linked to a work center. The worker can start really working. He's already signed in. He can just click on the button and see what he has to do today. He can really start working when he arrives without asking his manager what he has to do, without checking the planning. If you link a tablet to each work center, yes, it can really save you time. It can really increase your it can increase your efficiency, and that can really be a great tool. So that's it for my presentation. So I don't know if someone has question for me. So I will be happy to answer your questions. So feel free to ask question, if any. Yes.
The application on the tablet is a native one, or just a web page?
So I use the new application. So as you can see, sorry, if I share the screen, yes. So I use the new application of Odoo, but I could also use Google Chrome or another browser to do it. So you can see that it's the new application.
But is it a native application?
Yeah, yes.
Or a web page?
No, it's a native application.
It means I can't customize it for my needs?
No, I don't think it's possible to customize it.
Okay, thank you.
Yes, other questions? Yes.
Can we see the timesheet, please?
The timesheet?
Yes.
You mean there is no link with the timesheet user? This is just, what do you want to see? You mean the times
I see l'onglet timesheet.
You see in the OE the time it took to
I don't remember if I see.
There is no link with the timesheet application.
Okay.
This is just a new model to see how much time I consume to do an operation in a work centers. It's just a KPI for the manufacturing application, but there is no link with the timesheet.
Okay.
Okay. Other questions?
You talked. You show us. You have a group manager, and manager create bill of materials routines.
Mm-hmm.
But in reality, you have guys to do this, and the name of the group is not appropriate. A manager just show things, but you have guys to create routines or things. I think the group name is not appropriate.
So yes, it's just a group name that I gave to the manager, but you can of course change that. It's just a group of employees. If it's not manager, it's up to you. But it's a group of employees. I meant there are two groups. So the group of employees that defines the work orders and the master data, and they are really the workers. That's two groups, but maybe the name is not appropriate, but yes, you can give the name you want, so yeah.
Just one question.
Yes.
I have seen in your tablet you are working like a worker with a tablet for your own, and you do all your work with your tablet. And what about having tablet in the wall of the work center, yeah? And different people come each time they have to start a work order, start and go on, and
yes.
come another one, and so on.
Yes, actually, I'm here connected as a user in Odoo, so I just created a new user. So I have two users in my system. I have the manager to create the master data. I have the user, and what I imagine is that one tablet, so one user in the system is linked to one work center. So yes, it's not important who is working. I mean, you can just, two different people can connect to the same account if they work on the same work center. Of course, they cannot work in the same time, so if there are two people working on the same work center, you would need to have two users. But if, for example, you work, for example, yes, the first user start at 6 a.m. and another user takes his place at 2 p.m., he can use the same user and just use the same tablet. So the same user can be used by several people if they don't work in the same time, at the same time.
If they are not in the same time?
Yes, I mean, I'm working in the morning, and then in the afternoon, there is someone else who is working on the same work center, so I don't work anymore.
So each worker needs one tablet. It's more.
Sorry?
Each worker needs his own tablet. That's the question.
No, because the tablet is linked to a work center, so it's really attached to it. So I'm a worker, and I have another colleague. So I work in the morning, and then in the afternoon I don't work. It is my other colleague. I can leave the tablet at the work centers, and my colleague can use the same tablet if he doesn't work at the same time. So
okay, but in the morning they can't work two workers in the same tablet,
no.
in the same work center.
It should be another user and another tablet. Yes.
Okay, thanks.
I don't know if there are other questions. Yes, one more.
If I have more than 2 work centers and more than 3 parts, does it scale well?
Sorry, so you do?
I mean, it's just a demo. You show us a small data set.
Yes.
But in the real world, in the factories, there is much more work centers.
Yes.
There is much more parts and so on, and it's a tiny screen.
Yeah.
In the factory, you don't have a good internet connection. Does it work in big or quite existing factory, or it's
so
just a small thing?
It's quite new, but the goal will be to with some access right rules and so on, you can restrict the access for one user to some, for example, some work centers, so they don't see all the work center, they just see the work center they have access to. We could do that with access rights, and so that could be easier. So you can really work with access rights rules to define, yes, to what the user have access to.
So we can use it in production.
Yes. Really. If you link, as I explained, one tablet to one work center, you can really links one user to this work center. You just set the rules for this user, so he just see this work center, and he can just start working on this work center. So the workers doesn't have to search for the work center and so on. They just see it and they start working. It's possible with access rights. Okay. So if there is no more questions, I just have to thank you for your attention. So thank you.
Mon PC. We're going to be a little late because of a cable issue. Does anybody have a HDMI to VGA? No.
Then we are only looking for VGA to VGA cable now.
J'ai pris une entrée, j'ai compris. Donc il y a quelqu'un qui m'a donné ça. Ou alors je peux faire VGA, mais je pense que ce cordon-là part de son
ça
truc.
part dans le stream et dans le projecteur.
Non, c'est que de l'HDMI. Okay. Ça, c'est le câble HDMI directement qui va dans un boîtier HDMI. Eh ben, ça j'aimerais bien repasser. Sinon, j'ai une solution rapide. C'est ce câble que tu viens de prendre, tu me branches à ton ordi, direct dans ce projecteur-là, et tu travailles sur le petit projecteur.
Ouais,
Donc, ça va
tu
fonctionner.
seras pas
Tu seras pas streaming.
C'est pas grave, tant pis.
Je suis désolé. Je serai à toi là.
Sorry about that. So it will be only on that screen. So this is, my name is Fabrice, and this is Advanced Bank Statement Reconciliation, Advanced Use Cases. This is the agenda for today. Introduction, statement import, reconciliation report, about 7 or 8 use cases, and then questions if we have time. Introduction, this is about bank statement reconciliation and statement reconciliation. It's not about invoices and payments reconciliation. So we'll be working about everything that has to do with verifying and controlling what hits your bank account with what is in Odoo. And I will switch back and forth with my instance, and you will see I have a couple data already there, like invoices and a couple bank statements already. Actually, I can show you that. This is going to be my instance. I have a couple journals, and I have also several invoices already created here. Statements import. There are several ways you can import statements. You can either do an online synchronization with your bank. That works mostly with North America, US, and Canada. It also works in several other countries with several dedicated banks. There are between 22 and 25,000 banks available, and it's synchronized on a every 4 hours actually. So it will get your statements automatically from your bank. Another way of getting a statement is to create it manually. And the third way is to import it from either QIF, QuickBooks interchange format, or an OFX, or CSV. And I'm going to do a CSV actually with my bank. So I'm going to import a statement. I can choose between those files. I will import a file. And when I do that, and I import, it's going to show me what I have. And in fact, it works with any header you have, so you don't necessarily have to have specific headers. Here I have date, it found date. I have description, didn't find anything here because actually it's label. It's pretty fast to find this, and amount is amount. So I have 300 to 304, so those are just transactions that I could load. And I validate, it finds that everything is valid in correct format and so on, correct encoding, and I import. And when I do that, I go to my bank and I will find what I just imported here. You also see that I have another bank statement that I created with what we'll use for the use case later on. Reconciliation report. So just a few words about a reconciliation report. The reconciliation report, the purpose of this is to figure out the difference between the records in Odoo and the reality, which means the difference between the entries in your GL in Odoo versus whatever is in your bank account. If we look at the current situation of our reconciliations report for the bank journal, we'll get here and we'll see that we have several sections that explain the difference between $33, which is our balance in the GL, and $38, $34, which is the last statement balance, which is what we have in our bank at this time. The difference between those two amounts is explained by all those transactions that you see here. So Odoo will tell you that whether you have unreconciled payments or unreconciled statement lines or unreconciled statement lines negative. Or any other parts that explain the difference between the records you have in Odoo and the reality of your bank statement. Very useful when it comes to understanding what's up in the air, like you're waiting for credit card transactions to settle, or checks, or any payment that you've received and not encoded yet, and these kind of things. So extremely useful to understand those differences. I also have another one, because I have a credit card journal here, and if I look at my reconciliation report here, I see that I start with a 0 and end with 0 because it's a typical day with 4 transactions for $806 total and a settlement for minus $806. So I started the day with 0 and ended the day with 0 here, and we'll see how this this reconciliation report evolves as we go through the cases. Use cases. Case 1. Automatic reconciliation. When the partner and the amount match uniquely, Odoo will give you the possibility to take care of that right away. So we go to the bank. We have 16 items in our bank statements, and we'll start with the first one. So I have Delta PC $100 in my bank statement line, $100 as an invoice number 4. If I click on automatic reconciliation, it's going to take care of that one that you just saw earlier with $100. If I look at this, it's going to tell me what it took care of. And this is when it matches uniquely. It means it cannot make a mistake, but you still have the chance to look at what it took care of automatically. Second case, semi-auto reconciliation, or more suggested reconciliation. The amount match, but the partner is not specified on your bank statement line, or the amount and the partner don't match uniquely. What that means is, in the second case, I have $101 as a statement line, and I have one of my invoices that's 101. Even though Agrole is not specified on the statement line, it found that there was an invoice from Agrole for 101, because that's the only invoice you have for $101. So it gave me this suggestion, and I can just hit reconcile right away. Case 3, reconcile one statement line with multiple invoices. We're going to use the filter field to see how the search across invoices, open invoices and paid invoices works. Pretty powerful. And we'll see that we can search on date, partner, reference, or amounts. So I have Supermicro paying invoice 6 and 7. That's what they tell me in the line, in the description of the statement line for 102. And you see, didn't find anything for 102. Actually, if I could search Supermicro here and find all the Supermicro, I have a 50, a 52, and a 2016. I could search also according to 006 to just find the 006 or 007. I can also search for $52. And I can also search on the date, 10-07, to find all the 10-07, 10-08. I don't have anything on for tomorrow. The interesting thing is, if I type 2016, it will actually find everything that has 2016 in it. And if I type .00, it will find one that has an amount for 2016 because I use a decimal. So Odoo is going to force the search on amounts when it's a decimal. So let's take care of our Supermicro. It's actually the 50 and 52. Invoice 6 and 7 as my customer told me, and I can reconcile. Case 4, reconcile one statement line with invoices and payments. So far, we've always seen black lines when it comes to invoice because those are open invoices. I can actually have blue lines which correspond to paid invoices. And whether you are reconciling your statement line with paid invoices or in blue or open invoices in black, Odoo allows you to do both and will take care of the rest of the flow seamlessly. If it's blue, it means that there is already a payment reconciled with that invoice, and Odoo will just reconcile the statement line with this journal entry. If it's black, it means that there's only an open invoice without a payment, and as you select it, like we're going to do now, Odoo will take care of creating the payment, reconciling the invoice with the payment, and reconciling the statement lines with that entry. So you can decide whether you want to take care of paying your invoice through the period, like through the month, or leaving that for the end of the month for when you receive your bank statement, or if you synchronize it every 4 hours, and take care of the payment and reconciliation between payment and invoice at once. $103 on both sides, reconcile. Case 5, partial reconciliation. An open invoice can be partially paid and reconciled. I have a first installment for $104 from Jamba Juice. When I look at all the invoices of Jamba Juice, I have only one, it's for $300. So obviously he's paying only a part of it. As I select $300, I have a little attention sign here that tells me that I got paid for less than the invoice. If I click on this, it's going to partially reconcile. Note here that it's a black line, so there is no payment and no reconciliation between an invoice and a payment yet. So you can do a partial payment straight from the bank statement reconciliation and take care of this. It's going to create a $104 payment, reconcile it with the invoice, and reconcile that statement line with the entry. And I reconcile. Case 6, vendor payments. When paying a vendor, when you pay or usually pay a vendor as soon as you receive the bill, our suggestion is do not bother creating a vendor bill or a vendor payment in Odoo, because you can use the reconciliation model and be super quick to handle this. So for example, I have an AT&T bill. I have no vendor bill or vendor payment at all for this AT&T bill for my telecommunication. I can just go straight to my counterpart and select telco. It's going to select the account and the amount properly, and I can reconcile. And I take care of my expenses or my bills like that. Vodafone bill, same, telco, reconcile. McDonald's, food, and it gets into the account food and restaurant. And the reason for this is because we have models. Models allow you to do those quick buttons that will put the entry corresponding to the statement line you just got from your bank statement right in the correct account without having to bother with bills or customer invoice or payments. And here, obviously, for my food model, I take 100% of the balance and I put it in my account that I created, food and restaurants account, in the expense section. So let's get back. And McDonald's is food, reconcile. Case 7, how to handle checks. So payments by cash, check, or credit cards are what we call two-step payments. It means that you receive them first and they clear in your bank after. A wire transfer is immediate. It's one step. As soon as your customer sends a wire, you get it in your bank and there's no middle situation. But with a check or with cash or with a credit card, it's received first and it shows up in your bank after. There are two ways to manage checks. You can either manage checks with a dedicated journal that is going to be configured to put that amount in the undeposited funds, also called liquidity transfers sometimes. If you want to, and you should use a dedicated check journal if you want to identify what has cleared and what has not cleared with accounts. So if you want an account in your GL that will show you what is in transfer, undeposited funds, so you've received it but it didn't clear the bank yet, with an account you can use a dedicated check journal. It's a little bit more cumbersome, but it's possible. The other possibility is to manage checks without a dedicated journal if you want to identify what has cleared and what has not with a reconciliation report, the one I showed you earlier. In any case, whether you use the first or second approach, both approaches allow you to use batch deposits. We're going to do an example with the second approach. As you saw earlier, I don't have a journal for my checks because I specified that I'm going to use a batch deposit with my bank journal. So let's just do that. We're going to go to our invoices, and we're going to receive checks with those three ones, $108, $109, and $110. I register my payment on my invoice. I specify that it's a batch deposit for 108, and I validate. A batch deposit means I'm going to put those checks in an envelope, and at the end of the week, typically, or at the end of the month, I will go to my bank and deposit them. But in the meantime, they are in the drawer. So I'm basically putting them in a drawer right now because it's a two-step kind of situation. Register my payment. I use my journal bank, but I specified it's a batch deposit. And finally, with this third one, I register my payment, and those three come from different customers. So those three checks are going from three different customers. And then I can go to my batch deposits. As I'm depositing them, I create a new batch deposit, and I'm going to select them. Most of the time, you want to select all of your checks because you will deposit them all at once, and you save. And now that check deposit is created, I can get to my bank reconciliation. Obviously, when that happens, you have three payments from three different customers, but it corresponds to only one line. And that one line, you will say checks deposit. And you don't know what it corresponds to if you do several check deposits, or maybe you have like 15 checks. You have a hard time finding that in the list. So you can just use batch deposit as an intermediary, and here it goes. I can use my 327, that is the sum of the three that I saved earlier, and reconcile. Case 8, how to handle credit cards. Again, credit cards is a two-step payment. You create one journal per credit card processor, whether you're using Authorize.net with a processor behind it, whether you're using Ingenico with a processor behind it, whether you're using PayPal. And then there are two ways to manage your credit cards payments. With an undeposited funds account via a model, and you control what has cleared and what has not cleared with accounts, or with an internal transfers and you control on the generated journal entries. We're going to do the second one. We're going to do the first one. So the difference here is that if you create an internal transfer, you could do that from here, from your dashboard, and you could say that in the credit card you want to create an internal transfer. If you do that, you're basically going to create a debit and a credit in the credit card journal and in the bank journal, because it's a transfer from your credit card journal to your bank. If you do that, you will have a debit on one side, a credit on the other side, and you're going to reconcile both those lines separately in each journal with the transfer. If that's a little too cumbersome, there is another way, is to do it with accounts. So let's have a look at, that's what we're going to do now. Let's have a look at credit cards. I have my 5 items that you saw earlier from different people during the day who have paid me by credit card for $200, $201, $202, $203. And I have a settlement for minus $806 because $806 went from my credit card processor to my bank. So what I'm going to do is, as you can see, I have also the automatic suggestion because Odoo finds those things. So I'm going to do reconcile the first transaction for 200, reconcile the second one, reconcile this one, and reconcile this one. And now I have a 806 that left my credit card journal to go to my bank. I'm going to use a counterpart and put this in my undeposited funds account, or also called liquidity transfer account. And as I do this, because obviously there is no invoice for this settlement, it's just a transfer from one journal to the other. I reconcile here. And now, if I just go and see the situation of my reconciliation report, I will not find what I found earlier, which was the difference between my 0 and 0, because everything is reconciled properly. There's nothing in the air or in the middle of this two-step payment. So the reconciliation report is up to date. Let's have a look at that report for the bank. I will see much less transactions than earlier because I took care of those reconciliation in those bank reconciliations. So now it's not $33 anymore, it's $15 to $38.34, and the explanation is here. And that's it. Any questions? Please repeat the question.
Sorry. So some of the transactions you did are doing real accounting entries, also on expense accounts. Now, if you have a controlling working beside of it, where do you define then the controlling axis where the expense should go to?
So, oops, I shouldn't have done that. It's not funny or not? Okay. Oh, you didn't see when I was switching my screen? Okay. And now you don't anymore. I need to be able to show you the Odoo screen. Basically, if there was already an invoice and a payment reconciled, and that you're only reconciling your statement line with that, you don't generate any accounting entry. You are just marking your statement line as being reconciled with the journal entry that exists already. However, if you have a black line, which is an open invoice, and that you use your statement line to reconcile with that, Odoo is going to create the payment, reconcile it with that open invoice, so it will become a paid invoice, and mark and flag the statement line as reconciled with that.
Yeah, but you also have from the bank statement coming in, for example, bank charges and other non-reconciling items which will generate a P&L entry, and normally you should have to get in also the controlling axis for those entries.
Yeah, so in the example of the expenses, where you don't have an invoice, you don't have a bill, you don't have a payment, the entry generated is the entry specified by the account that was in the model that I used. I could also override that model if I put it, I can put it in any account I want. So it's going to add that amount to the account. And that was the case for the expenses, yeah.
In the model you have, you can say your tax is, let's say, 21%, but it will not be computed automatically. Is that correct? Or?
It will be computed automatically because on your model you can specify several lines, and you can specify percentages or fixed amounts. So you could say, if I want to use a model that's going to use 79% of the statement amount. So if it's 100, you're going to put 79 in one account and 21% in another account. I cannot show it to you right now because the projector.
So you have the payment in your bank statement, and it can take out the tax from that payment in the model.
Yeah, your model can define several lines and what to do with the amount of the statement line through several lines on several accounts. Okay, sorry about that. So if I go to my models, I could specify that one of my models has an additional line and that the first one is 79% and that the second one is 21% tax, and specify that it goes in a tax account. And you can do that from a percentage standpoint or a fixed amount standpoint. You can do that up to 2 lines on your models. Generally, you don't want to. You might want to use your model like this, or you can use your model to specify lines. So, if you let's do one more. If I have one more. So, like for my credit card settlement that I didn't finish, I have my settlement because I had a plus 806 in my bank account as a credit card settlement. But let's take this one, for example. If I say this is telco, and I modify the 300 because it's used 100 to 200, it tells me 7 new. And then it's going to add my 200 here, and I have 100 to do something with, and I can continue. And I could use another model, which is going to be food, and then say this actually is 50. So the model is very useful to pre-populate fields. You can override them after and save them. And you can have you can break down your total as much as you want. Any other question?
For the check deposit, okay, you showed the case where you batch them in the bank account itself, right? And then there's the other case where we have an intermediary account, right? In that case, when you batch them, you're going to batch them still in that same intermediary account, and then you'll have to do a transfer.
That's a great question. You could do that. The thing that you need to know about journals is that the more journals you create, the more work or operations, manual operations you will have. So it's a trade-off between, I don't want to say it's a trade-off between control and ease of use or doing a lot of operations. But so in the case you mentioned, it's where you would have a check journal separate from your bank journal. And in that case, you can decide to use batch deposits or not. Those are 2 different decisions. having an extra journal is one decision, using batch deposits is another decision. The batch deposit decision has to do with if you want to remember what you put together when you went to the bank, because it's going to end up as one line, and in the case of checks, it's only going to be checks deposits. It's not going to tell you which ones. And in the case of credit cards, it's going to be credit card settlements. And it's not going to tell you which one. That's for credit card settlement, I use a different journals, but that's the first decision. It's the batch deposits, and you could decide to do it or not. For the journals decision, the question is, do you want to see those in a different account first before it gets into your bank account at the GL level? But if you decide to have a separate, if you decide to have a separate journal and use batch deposits, you will have to use batch deposits, get them in the statement of your check journal, and then do an internal transfer between your check journal and your bank journal.
Right. So you could just have also on the batch deposit deciding to which account it's going to be deposited to. That would be a small improvement that would help a lot.
No. If you get something as a batch deposit, it's going to go to the account configured on the journal. So you most probably want to configure your check journal to allow batch deposits and your bank journal to not allow batch deposits, because you will do batch deposits only with your check journal.
Right, but you could also have on the batch deposits, the account that it's coming from and the account it's going to.
It's not the batch deposit that's going to control that, it's the internal transfer. So you can either create an internal transfer.
That's not the way it works right now, but it could be an improvement.
I don't think it would be wise.
The batch deposit would do the transfer as well.
Yeah, but I don't think it would be wise, because this is something you control in your bank statement, or at least your statement if it's a check journal, in your statement widget. So if you're using a check journal and the money clears the bank, which corresponds to a transfer from your check journal to your bank journal, you can do that in one click with a model. And it's going to go from one to the other. Several people, the reason why it would be a constraint to add the account on batch deposits is that not everyone wants to use batch deposits. And if you put the account there, you force everyone to use batch deposits.
If you have a balance payment in your bank account, is it possible to balance, to reconcile whether credit invoice and the debit invoice in the same payment?
Yes.
At the moment, I use Odoo 8 and I didn't manage to do that. So, do you have a trick for that, or is it just?
Yeah, it's going to be on the left or on the right of your T. So, I didn't create any vendor bill here, but. Well, actually, I have a couple, in fact. If the amount in your bank statement line corresponds to invoices and bills, and the balance of that, you can select debits and credits. Oops. My amount is too small. And it's from different customers, that's why. Let me find something. I'm going to create a vendor bill for Supermicro because I have a customer. It's not a vendor. So I have one vendor bill with Supermicro and one customer invoice. And I can use them both to explain. I can do it if the invoice or the bills are paid first. So it's yeah. Yeah, yeah, there is a constraint here.
That's what I encountered as well.
It was different before.
Is there a little
I thought
trick for this? But
it was possible before. That's what I thought. Yeah, it's a constraint to remove if you want to make that possible. There is the same constraint on payments matching. If you want to mix receivables and payables, it's currently not allowed. If you have one partner who's your customer and your vendor. But you can remove that constraint from the code, but that would be a customization, yeah.
When you reconcile an invoice with batch deposit, it's like the bank has already done the operation?
Yeah.
What about the date in the Odoo?
So when you create your batch deposit, it
Yes.
means that you have deposited. And when you use your batch deposit in the
You can't
statement
do-
reconciliation widget, it means it clears your bank.
Okay.
Maybe I didn't understand the question.
No, I just think about the date of payment date.
Yeah.
It's really
The payment date is done at the time you register the payment on the bill.
because you
on the
reconcile the invoice, but you don't. It's not an import from the bank. You don't know.
The date used is going to be the date of the statement
Yes,
line.
because with the customer, it's very important when they compare with that d'échéance. And
So you will have two dates. You will have the date of the payment, which
I
is...
want to know it's really the data from the bank or...
Yeah, so you have those two dates. You have the dates when you receive the payment. In the example of a check, it's when you receive the check in the mail at your
Yes.
office. That's when the date you specify on the register payment of the invoice.
Yes.
And the other date is the date when it clears your bank, which is already
Yes.
on the statement line.
Yes.
So you have those two pieces of information in Odoo.
Yes, yes, thank you.
These models that you showed, is that only in version 10 or also in version 9?
It is in version 9.
Version 9, okay, thank you.
And it's on an intermediary of 8, I think. All right, thank you very much.
Hello, I'm Odoo.
Hello, I am an ERP.
Who are these guys?
Oh, these are my fellow ERP friends. I brought them here to help this customer choose the ERP that she needs.
Oh, okay. Hi, guys.
Hi. So, what do you want?
I want a software that can easily evolve with my company needs.
Okay, I see. You inflexible ERP, beat it.
I also want to be able to quickly switch from one app to another.
Okay. You slow ERP, go.
Actually, I just want something simple and fast.
Wait, did you say simple and fast?
Yes.
She's all yours, Odoo.
Hi, how are you? I'm Odoo.
Hi, I'm Audrey.
Hey, RP, what's up? What are you doing with all these phones?
Well, our customers want a fully integrated solution, so I maintain connections with other software. ERP, how may I help you? Oh, hi, Magento Commerce. Okay, I got your order, 10 bicycles for Acme Inc. Oh, wait. The product has been updated recently. Bicycles now have 2 options, red or blue light. Which one do you want? Okay, come back to me with the info, please. ERP, how may I help you? Hi, Salesforce. Oh, you have a new lead, great. Let me create the customer record for you. What's the company name? Acme Inc. But Magento just created another customer with the same name. Okay, let's create a new one and call it Acme Inc. 2. ERP, how may I help you? Point of sale. You sold all the bicycles today. Done, we have an inventory issue now. Magento, it's ERP again. Can you please update your Acme Inc. customer? We have no more bicycles available. Tell him we cancel his order and he should place another one. Oh boy! Integration is so painful. You know, we need a dedicated IT department just for this.
Actually, I don't know.
What do you mean? You don't do integration?
I can do it, but I do all of this myself. CRM, e-commerce, point of sales. Odoo handles everything, and I do not need to connect different software together.
Oh. Hello?
It's really easy to get rid of paper forms, complex spreadsheets, and multiple programs heavily connected together. To run my business seamlessly, Odoo is the perfect solution, all in one and easy to use. Odoo helps me to manage my operations, sales, finance, human resources, and much more. All that seamlessly integrated. Only one system for all my company's aspects. In just one click, I install my first app, Odoo Website. I can create a professional website without any technical knowledge. That's so simple. I just drag and drop building blocks. Odoo provides great tools to help me getting started quickly. I create full-featured product pages in just a few clicks. I have an e-commerce that is quickly set up and ready to use. My customers can purchase from anywhere in the world. Once my beautiful website is built, I'd like to acquire new customers. All I have to do is add a contact form on my website. Incoming messages from the website land as leads in Odoo Sales. Look, here I create a quotation based on a predefined template. Easy, right? For my customers too. No need to print, sign, and scan the offer. They just need to sign it online, no matter the device they use. My team and I have a performance dashboard that helps us to be successful salespeople. We can easily manage our leads or any sales activity. Not only is Odoo powerful, but it's also a beautiful business software, providing a great experience that makes every user productive. For instance, it's easy to deliver orders from my stock no matter its size. Just scan the delivery order, locate, and ship. That's how easy it is to run my company with Odoo. In addition, my accounting is fully integrated with Odoo Sales and Inventory. From a single screen, I can easily create an invoice based on the sales order. I usually nurture my existing and potential clients by sending a weekly newsletter. I create a beautiful email just by dragging and dropping building blocks. I don't need to worry about anything else than my design taste. I can manage all the different aspects of my company. The after-sales service and the help desk are handled from Odoo Project, where any issue is tracked and solved. Thanks to the integration and its simplicity, I don't need to synchronize different software together or import-export data. As my company grows, I can even use Odoo to hire more people and collaborate with them easily from any screen. Running my business has never been so simple. Start now and grow your business with Odoo.